Sledge TV.
Yeah, they were.
They're good. Excellent. Okay. Order, please. Good afternoon. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:53 p.m. I will now invite the Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act to make opening comments, up to an hour if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to start with a few introductions. First, I'm joined today by Nicole Johnson-Morrison, Assistant Deputy Minister responsible for the Status of Women Office, and Toyin Akindoju, who is the Executive Director at the Finance and Treasury Board. My name is Leah Martin. I am proud member of Millbrook First Nation, and I'm grateful to be here with you today. It has never been more important as a province to work across government and with community partners to ensure that women have every opportunity to pursue economic security, be leaders, and live free from threat of violence. In terms of our all-government approach to intimate partner violence, the recent intimate partner violence deaths in our province are a stark reminder of the critical need to address intimate partner violence, and our thoughts are with the loved ones and communities affected by these tragedies. Intimate partner violence is a complex issue, one that is deeply entrenched in our society and continues to impact far too many people and individuals and families. It has to stop, which is why last fall we passed Bill 482, enshrining in legislation our commitment in working across government and with our partners to end the epidemic of intimate partner violence in Nova Scotia. We are taking an all-of-government approach to the complex issue, one that is deeply entrenched in our society. We work to address recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission and the Desmond Fatality Report. And this approach is important because we are not going to remove or move the needle on a complex issue and deeply rooted societal-based issue through one line on a budget item. It's much bigger than that. And the approach that government is taking in the past just hasn't worked. So we're doing things differently. We need to see this work reflected in every department, in every budget, and in everything we do across government. Not only in terms of the support for victims and survivors, but also to interrupt the cycle of violence and to address the root causes at the individual, family, and community level. It's not just an all of government, but I'll say it again, and I'll say it a few times, but an all of society solution. We are working with the gender-based violence sector to co-design a community engagement framework to support our response to the Mass Casualty Commission and the Desmond Fatality Inquiry, which will be key as we move this work forward. Nova Scotia's transition houses are a refuge for women and children that are experiencing gender-based violence. They provide shelter, food, and security at a time when it is needed most, as well as a circle of support. For years, these important organizations have faced rising costs and more complex issues, struggled to attract and retain staff without being able to offer equitable wages. We've listened to those concerns. And in last year's budget, we increased core funding to the transition houses and women's centers by $7.7 million annually, the first significant increase to the sector in over 2 decades. These are vital services, and we've maintained that level of funding in last year's budget through the Status of Women Office, providing $17.6 million in core funding to these important organizations. Not only does it increase their operating budget, but it allows them to provide equitable wages and hire and retain qualified workers. The historic increase in funding has brought forward by this government in 2024 and 2025 is in line with several recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission focused on women-centered approaches to safety, including the recommendations related to funding, prioritization, prevention, engaging in gender-based violence sector as subject matter experts, the ones on the ground doing the day-to-day work, and ensuring that the needs of rural communities and marginalized populations are a focus. Since the beginning of January, Minister Drouin and I have had the privilege of several meetings with the coalition leaders and advocates in the sector, many of whom represent service providers on the front lines. We know that they are passionate, they are committed, and they bring with them decades of experience in the sector and a deep understanding of what is needed in the communities that they serve. These have been honest conversations and ones that I'm really grateful for, particularly as a new minister to this portfolio. And while these conversations have been at times somewhat difficult, they've also given me so much hope to know that the future of our province is in good hands. And with that, Mr. Chair, I know that, and we listen to the experts and find solutions together. We can do hard things. In addition to the core funding that I referenced, we provide to transition houses and to Women's Centre. Government has also committed an additional $2.6 million in this year's budget to support community-based organizations with projects and programs aimed at preventing and addressing gender-based violence. This is through standing together to prevent gender-based domestic violence, our provincial action plan to disrupt the harmful cycles of domestic violence. Part of our prevention is ensuring that Nova Scotians know how and when they can access support before violence occurs. The 211 men's, women's, and all gender helplines help support that in a very real way. The lines are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and provide navigation and support to callers in more than 100 languages. I'm not too far away from a time where, in Nova Scotia in particular, women didn't speak about what was happening at all. And if they did, it was in small conversations around kitchen tables if they were lucky. And that would be in whispers or small little fragments where they might be able to confide in their friends. And I'm grateful to say that we're no longer in that space or in that time. So to have a 211 helpline to help navigate supports and services at a time when it's needed the most, to me, is quite remarkable. Since these helplines have launched in 2020, they have helped more than 30,000 callers. To support this important resource for Nova Scotians, we've committed $500,000 in this year's budget to Family Services of Eastern Nova Scotia and $131,000 for 211 Nova Scotia to administer the 211 men's, women's, and all genders helplines. You may see and be hearing these helplines a little bit more these days, and that is thanks to a public awareness campaign that is in market right now to help people to access these resources and make it more accessible and make it easy for people to find the resources that they need. The campaign, which is in both French and English, is also on social media, digital audio, all radio stations across Nova Scotia, as well as print media. and appears on all Access Nova Scotia digital screens. As of yesterday, February the 24th, the campaign has reached over 4.1 million impressions and has brought more than 3,500 clicks to the website. To ensure we are being inclusive of growing diverse to ensure that we are being inclusive of growing diverse province and reaching people in all communities, our office has had the helpline materials translated into 5 different languages: French, Hindu, Arabic, Mi'kmaq, and simplified Chinese. So these materials and social graphics are shared with our partners within those communities. We want to make sure that everybody can access the information easily and frequently if they need to. Another successful initiative funded under Standing Together is the YWCA's December 6th Fund. Aligned with the 2 offices' priorities in addressing gender-based violence and economic security for women, the fund provides small microloans to female-identifying people who are leaving or have recently left situations of violence with interest-free loans up to $500 and grants ranging from $500 to $1,000. This fund supports women fleeing violent situations during a critical time and helps them gain independence to reestablish their lives. It's a flexible fund. The feedback on this fund in community has been incredibly receptive. We've been supportive of it and will continue to support this fund. The fund also provides participants with system navigation and safety planning, which are key during this time as well. So in terms of the National Action Plan, which is another key part of solving this issue, is that the Standing Together has provided us with a strong foundation to implement the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence, which comes with a funding commitment of $18.3 million over 4 years. In one of the National Action Plan pillars, the Status of Women Office provided $3.1 million to 16 community-based organizations. This funding supports projects aligned with Standing Together, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, the Mass Casualty Commission's final report, and the Desmond Fatality final inquiry. On the missing and murdered Indigenous women piece, I recently attended an FPT, so a federal, provincial, and territorial meeting in Ottawa, where we discussed what specifically Nova Scotia was doing in this area. And resoundingly, there was an acknowledgement around the prioritization for the support around things like a red dress alert system. We were at the discussion table talking about the great work that Nova Scotia is doing in this area in support of the work that's also happening in Manitoba that's leading the pilot program. And the entire room, really was warm to what Nova Scotia was doing in preparation for the success of that pilot program, and the fact that we've potentially, considered the success of that pilot as something that we would be very interested in implementing here, and that we've actually earmarked the potential funds to be ready to get us primed and prepared for such a successful pilot. Through the National Action Plan, we are supporting work that increases access to prevention programming, and ensures underserved populations are prioritized and supported in culturally specific ways. And I'll get into that a little bit more later around the Resiliency Center in Millbrook and the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, as well as many other initiatives that we are proud to talk about. It strengthens the gender-based violence response sector. So now speaking a little bit more about how we support men and boys specifically, because we know that engaging men and boys is critical in preventing violence against women. And we've heard that this through the Mass Casualty Commission report, the recommendations, the Desmond Fatality inquiry, and the evaluation of Standing Together. The Status of Women Office supports a number of prevention programs and services for men and boys to help promote healthy masculinity, promote help seeking, and provide spaces for men to talk about their well-being and their health. The Bridges Institute in Truro is one specific example of this. They host activities like skating, bowling, fishing derbies, and library visits to create comfortable opportunities where fathers can feel at home and ask for help when they need it. One participant provided a statement about the Bridges program, and he said, "I was in crisis with my kids. I was constantly yelling at them and I was ashamed. The Bridges staff showed great empathy, compassion, and common sense. I never felt stupid or judged. They are so encouraging and gave me great suggestions for problem solving and solutions. In 2024-2025, the Status of Women Office provided $1.3 million to organizations like the Bridges Institute and others to provide programming for men and boys. And again, this is just funding received from the Status of Women. Additional funding from the Department of Opportunities and Social Development is provided to support men to be positive father figures and partners. A total of $4 million is provided to support the work of programs like Strengthening Fathers, a program that is offered through organizations across the province, which aims to support fathers in society and aims to support fathers in their safety and well-being of their children, partners, themselves, and other family members. And Fatherhood Matters, an add-on to the Strengthening Fathers program that provides parenting services that are accessible, safe, and appropriate to the needs that are challenged and experienced by father, their children, and families. I was quite lucky. I have a wonderful father figure in my life, and my experience I'll share very, very small little bits of. I'm not going to go into great detail or any great length. But I will say that intimate partner violence and gender-based violence we know can happen to absolutely anyone. And although I was raised to be able to look people in the eye and say yes or no with conviction, I was convinced at a young age that this certainly would never happen to me until I was around 14 or 15, and I did have grown men in their 40s and 50s, and that would just say things to me that were completely inappropriate. And it's because I was tall. I'm over 6 feet tall, and I carry myself pretty well, I'd like to think. And so I thought, having that confidence and being able to carry yourself, it surely would not happen to me. But then sometimes it would. And so I thought, oh, that's very interesting. They must think that I'm older. Like, they must not realize that I'm just 15 or I'm just 16. And anyway, I just thought, okay, well, maybe this is my cross to bear. Maybe it's because, this is my challenge at being over 6 feet tall, that they think that I'm in my 20s. They think that I can handle it, so they'll just say maybe inappropriate things or make a pass or try something. And that's my responsibility to look out for myself and the people around me and set an example of how you tell people that no means no. And then as I got a little bit older, I had another situation come about, and I was still naive to the fact, this will never get that bad. It would never be that bad. It might just be maybe an off comment or something in passing from some 50-year-old man that really shouldn't say that. I can't believe he would say such a thing. And I was out with a group of friends one night. My boyfriend at the time was overseas, and we were all, getting together with his friends and my friends for a nice casual drink. And a friend of his made a pass that I rejected and said, thank you, but no thank you, I'm not interested. He got a little bit more aggressive, and I thought maybe I should give this some room to breathe. And I excused myself from the room and thought, this is really uncomfortable. I should probably just get ready to leave and go home. So I'd locked myself in the bathroom just for a quick moment, just to kind of gather my thoughts and prepare myself to do that. And no sooner had I done that did he break through the bathroom door. He broke the lock off the door. He pushed the door into me and hit me with the door, and had completely changed from this person that he was 10 seconds before into this new, different monster that he had become in this new moment. And it was in some of these moments along the way that I realized, if it can happen to me, who is nearly 6'3" and can certainly handle my own, then it can absolutely happen to anybody. And that's why I do feel like I've found a home in the Status of Women office, and in terms of working with the team that's there, I'm incredibly encouraged because not only do we work with a sector of informed, incredible, experienced professionals that are delivering services on the ground every single day, but we also have those experienced, passionate professionals working within the office as well, many of whom have delivered these services within the sector. So the gender imbalance does exist, and if I'm not immune to it, certainly many others are not as well. And until we fix that gender imbalance, there's going to be work to do. So in terms of the culturally appropriate services, I'd like to touch on a few of them. One of them is a project that we're working on through the National Action Plan called Together We Rise, Black Women-Centered Actions, which is led by the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute. Together We Rise offers a series of virtual and in-person events that advance Black women-led multi-sector approaches to achieving gender equity. By engaging African, Nova Scotian, and Black women leaders, it is an important initiative that helps build a network of leaders to continue to drive advocacy and policy in this area. And this is just one of the ways that we're helping to address what we know has been a lack of culturally appropriate and responsive services for Indigenous and African Nova Scotians experiencing gender-based violence. Another is called Creating Communities of Care through a Customary Law Approach, also known as the CCC, and so I'll acronym it just to save us a second. This project brings together one of my favorite organizations, the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia and the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, the Association of Black Social Workers, and the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, which work together to build better supports for victims of gender-based violence and their families in Halifax's urban Indigenous, African, Nova Scotian, and Black communities. This year's budget also includes $325,000 to support the Nova Scotian Native Women's Association program funding at the Resiliency Centre. I've actually been to the centre out in Millbrook. It's absolutely incredible. And it provides a safe space for people to come and to heal, and whatever that may be. It also provides learning opportunities for youth to learn about healthy boundary setting, many of whom are being raised by extended family or, and I mean grandparents, aunts, uncles. They're not being raised by maybe their traditional parents, but it provides that consistent training and a safe space to learn these very important life skills. We're investing $100,000 again this year to support Nova Scotia Native Women's Association Emergency Assistance Fund. Now in its second year, the fund supports families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals who need help navigating systems and obtaining information. Human trafficking, another big issue in Nova Scotia. Our province has the highest rates of police reported human trafficking in the country, almost 4 times the national average. Human trafficking and sexual exploitation have a devastating impact on not only victims, but their families and communities. As we work to prevent and interrupt this crime, we are guided by the advice of experts through the Nova Scotia Trafficking and Exploitation Services, also known as TESS. We provide funding to community-based organizations and support the victims and survivors. Organizations like the YWCA, which operates Safer Spaces, an initiative that provides emergency housing and wraparound support for young people fleeing human trafficking situations at an extremely high-risk time. Safer Spaces not only provides safety and security, but 24-hour, 7-day-a-week support for survivors as needed as they rebuild their lives. Through the Status of Women Office, we also provide $400,000 in funding to support this important initiative. Women make up half of our population, and they deserve the same economic access and personal safety as men. Despite the considerable progress that we've made in this area, women in Nova Scotia still earn on average just 77 cents for every dollar earned by a man. They shoulder more of the household responsibility, more of the parenting and caregiving responsibility, and they are more likely to live in poverty. We need to do better, and there's more work to do. We are taking action across government to improve the economic security of women and make life more affordable for Nova Scotians by increasing wages for nurses, continuing care assistants, and early childhood educators, funding programs that encourage women to pursue careers in underrepresented fields, including the STEM program, which stands for skilled trades, economic, and leadership positions, increasing the minimum wage, lowering our taxes, and making changes to social programs like the income assistance, disability support, the Nova Scotia Child Benefit to better support women and families. And essentially everything that we do that helps the economic stability for women is helping to fight against gender-based violence. So when we index income to inflation, when we lower taxes, it all helps. And the more we can see women in leadership positions, the more that we can see women in male-dominated fields, that's helping to combat gender-based and intimate partner violence. I'm so proud of the work that is being done across government to help women, to allow them better access in the sector that have traditionally been male-dominated. For example, our work with labor, skills, and immigration that helps women in skilled trades and the rapidly reskilling through micro-credentials is helpful as well. Another great example of the women innovating in Nova Scotia are the WINS bursary. This is a $2,000 bursary that supports women attending the Nova Scotia Community College to build sustainable careers within the STEM program. Improving economic security for women is an important issue within its own right, but it's also key to our work in ending gender-based violence in Nova Scotia. We often take for granted how essential our cell phones are in our daily lives. Women who are escaping situations of violence, they typically don't actually take their cell phones with them, or if they do, sometimes the cell phone can be just as much, that personal cell phone can sometimes be its own detriment. It can either be tracked or it can be a method of going back to the perpetrator or the person that's created the issues. So that's also a method at times for a method of being still controlled. So there's associated risks like the ability to track and calling with more harassing messages and more hounding, and it's really an issue. So through a unique and innovative program with GEO Nova Scotia that we've gotten support through the National Action Plan, it's called Get Everyone Online. We've worked with the Transition Housing Association of Nova Scotia to ensure that women who are accessing transition houses have access to new free cell phones along with a 12-month mobile plan to help them get back on their feet. So I want to share something that one of our partners had shared with us, and it was one of the women at the shelter was able to get a job with the help of her phone. It meant that she could get phone calls for interviews, she could be called last minute to pick up shifts, and she could make more money to support herself. As a woman who comes from a domestic violence situation, the telephone also gives her the feeling of confidence and safety when she's working in the community. Ensuring women's voices are heard in communities and at the leadership tables is also critical to improving outcomes for women. We've reached historic milestones in the number of elected female leaders and senior leaders, but we know there's more to do in this area. The status of women has an important role to play in this moving forward. We have a campaign school that encourages women to consider careers in public and political roles and prepares potential candidates with the skills and resources they need to run for office. Last April, the Status of Women Office partnered with Equal Voice to run a campaign school for women and female identifying individuals. Equal Voice is a national organization that works to advance representation of women and female identifying individuals in politics. This campaign school consisted of 4 online sessions and 1 in-person session and was attended by more than 60 people. We also worked with Municipal Affairs and Housing to deliver municipal campaign schools in 3 regions of the province before the municipal elections last fall. We had more than 80 participants attend interactive and in-person sessions in Truro, Sydney, and Shelburne. And I was so pleased to learn that 3 of the participants won municipal seats this fall. So they were successful in winning municipal council seats after taking the campaign school. The work we're doing at Status of Women to get more women into leadership roles or to improve women's economic security and to address intimate partner violence or gender-based violence in Nova Scotia is not something that we can do alone. We need to work across government with our partners in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors to leverage every dollar to advance solutions that meet the needs of our communities. I've talked to you about the work we are doing through the Status of Women Office, but it's only a small piece of what's happening across government to address and end gender-based and intimate partner violence. The 2025-2026 budget includes more than $100 million in funding to address gender-based violence and intimate partner violence across government. And from where I sit, Mr. Chair, that is an epidemic-level response. You can see it in our $100 million funding commitment in the 2025-2026 budget. You can see it in the ways that we approach the issue, from across government, with our partners, and from all possible sides. You see that epidemic level response in other places too. And I think back to the real time not that long ago, of COVID, when an epidemic happened and we called on every single ounce of resources that we had. Everybody came to the table, from education to health, you name it, everybody was there having the conversation, and that's exactly what we're seeing around intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. It's in the curriculums that's being taught at school, it's in our trauma-informed care that's found in our healthcare system, in the programs that we are encouraging women and girls to pursue in science, engineering, mathematics, and skilled trades, and in the support of our partners to provide victims, in the support our partners provide to victims and survivors. You see it in the programming and the prevention efforts that are available to men and boys. And of course, you see it in the Office of the Status of Women, which I will recognize has been absolutely incredible to see not only the expertise, but the passion that lives within both the government core, many of whom within that office have worked in the service provider or sector or the sector at large, and brought those skills to the government. And then now we collaborate within that Status of Women office as well as the service provider sector really across the sector, with the service providers that deliver the on-the-ground supports and services that we need so desperately every single day. So there is collaboration happening. There's a new approach that's never been done before, and the work is obviously still, it's not done yet until this problem is no longer an issue in Nova Scotia. But I'm incredibly encouraged by the work that's happening and the new way that we're looking at solving this terrible problem. Most important, it's within our commitment. So our commitment to listening and to learning and to doing better, to showing up for our partners the way they show up again and again for Nova Scotians when they need it. We can and we will create a brighter future for women and girls, one where everyone, no matter their age, gender, or economic background, has access to the same opportunities and can thrive in a province free from violence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Just before we move forward, could you move the microphone a little closer to yourself? And Minister, just so we have an idea, do you know how long your closing remarks will be, approximately? I recognize the Minister.
Thank you. I would say not long. I just plan to honestly answer the questions that are put forward, and I don't have a huge speech to deliver to close things off.
Thank you, Minister. So according to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns questioning the minister. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, to begin questioning, I now recognize the official opposition. So I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for your opening remarks and for the work that's happening in the department. It really feels like in your remarks, in the Minister's remarks, that she gets, I hate talking in third person, but whatever, I'm going to do it. So she gets, that this is an epidemic, that gender-based violence is an epidemic in Nova Scotia and in many jurisdictions in the world. And that's good. I think that I would like to drill down on some of the things that have been said and ask some very specific questions. And in no way am I questioning the minister's personal commitment to this work, but it is my job to make sure that, as opposition, that we are doing as much as we can to address this terrible epidemic of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. And so I offer myself as the opposition critic for Status of Women as an ally and as a hopeful partner in this work. I also will say, because I don't think the minister knows this, that I chair the Canadian chapter of Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. And so I do a lot of work with people across the country and throughout the Commonwealth on work to encourage women's participation in politics, but also on issues that affect women in general. And so I have lots of time for this, and lots of energy for this. I just wanted to ask off the top, right at the beginning of the minister's remarks, she said that gender-based violence obviously is an epidemic, and that every budget and every department reflects the commitment to ending the epidemic. And so a general question is, how, as the Minister of Status of Women or the Advisory Council on Status of Women, how does the minister ensure that that is the case? So I guess my question is there a formal process with which the budget undertakes a gender-sensitive lens? Like the minister has given all kinds of examples of, different programs that the government has and, different things that are going on across government. But what specifically happens when the budget is being made and worked out each year? What kind of lens is applied to the budget to make sure that every department is treating its budgets with a gender-sensitive lens?
I recognize the minister.
So thank you for the question. But first, also thank you for the recognition. I do see this, and I do get that this is an epidemic, and we get as a government that this is an epidemic. So I do really appreciate your recognition of that. And thank you for offering yourself as an ally. I also appreciate that and feel like it is important to recognize. I appreciate your experience in this as well. And in conversations with Minister Ian at the federal level, I love hearing offers of collaboration. I think that the more people we have working together on this issue is only going to help serve it better and to help further this work at a faster rate. And I do appreciate you acknowledging all of that. So in terms of the $103 million that you see as this work moves itself forward. There's two pieces that I would like to speak to on that. So there's a formal process where senior level officials come together on a bi-weekly basis to bring together, like I said, senior level officials to talk about where this work shows up. So not only during the budgeting process, but actually all year long, across government, we are working on this as an issue. So it's not just, once budget time comes around, how do you see this show up in your work? It's a year-long, it's a constant conversation that we're always having to further this work. One of the pieces that we have worked with across government and co-created is around GBA plus training, so gender-based plus analysis training. One of the best attended trainings that we've had in government. And a way to help train individuals to understand the context of the issue in a deeper way. So that's something now that has spanned across government and really helped connect us and work outside of any, really just break down any barriers in terms of the conversation and just to help connect us all in that process. So each week that these folks get together, they're bringing their issues from within their department, as well as during budget time when we're talking about where that shows up. Opportunities and social development are responsible for the lion's share of that. Status of Women has their piece of that budget, but that's where that would show up.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering if there is any. I understand that the work is ongoing throughout the year, and it's not just a budget time. But in terms of, this goes for legislation that's being drafted in any department and any kind of planning and priorities. I'm wondering if there is any kind of like rubric or like checklist. I know it sounds crass actually to use like a term like checklist when we're talking about this, but is there any way to make sure that the work that every department is doing there's accountability to the work of gender equity and, addressing gender-based violence. So basically what I'm saying is, like, in some jurisdictions, in some parliaments, there are documents, like there is a map that you can apply or a rubric that you can apply to legislation or to a budget to make sure that it's gender sensitive. And I'm wondering if there's anything that the minister can table that is used in the public service as we, as we're developing policy and legislation, and if so, that would be great to table for all to see. I guess that's my question. Is there something that can be tabled?
I recognize the minister.
So thank you for the question. There's not a formal template for the budget process, but there is a GBA Plus handbook that can be tabled to encourage folks to take the GBA Plus training, so we'll get that for you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. So in the minister's opening remarks, there was a couple of numbers that I just quickly noted down, and I just want to dig down because, there was a lot of information, and so I just want to sort of clarify some of it. So last year, there was a historic increase in funding, and 7.7 million, went to core funding for transition houses. And then there was, so this year is a similar amount. I just want to clarify that. And then I want to ask, there was another 2.6 million for organizations, maybe in this budget, for the Standing Together program. So I'm wondering, I know that transition houses were very happy to receive those increases in core funding. It's something that's been asked for a long time, certainly since I've been elected. So it was very welcome. But I'm wondering, why there was no increase this year. As we know, the cost of everything is going up, and is there a plan for increased funding to transition houses and women's centers in the future, or is it because we're at in a 3-year cycle, and then when the 3-year cycle is over, then there'll be more money. Can the minister just talk about why there was no money added this year to that line, and also can the minister just clarify the $2.6 million for organizations for standing together, and if that's in this year's budget or last year's budget?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you. So first, the $2.6 million for standing together is still in this year's budget. And to your question around funding, so the $7.7 million historic increase from last year, we are standing with again this year. But it's not just as simple as one singular budget line. We also see it reflected in $103 million under the opportunities and social development. So it's really important to make sure that it's very clear that the financial impacts are far greater than just within one singular department. This is a cross-government approach to a all-of-society issue. So the money that comes from that $103 million is reaching every single department that we have. So with that, it connects to issues around our trauma-informed responses showing up in the healthcare system, where we see it show up in our education system, and so on and so forth. So to answer your question, again, that $2.6 million for standing together is still in this year's budget, but we are standing with a second year on top of a historic $7.7 million increase, which is actually the largest increase to the sector in over 20 years. So, we continue to value the life-saving work that these organizations and the sector provide. And we know that they've been showing up in so many ways for a long, long time, even when it was less money than it now is. So after the $7.7 million historic increase, and again, showing up again with that level of commitment shows that we are coming to the table with an epidemic level response. $103 million is a large number, and we are continuing to do the work. We know there's more work to do, but we are committed to doing that, and we are committed to seeing an all-of-government approach to this work and an all-of-society approach to solving the issue.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So I guess, as you say, as the minister says, funding for gender-based violence is spread over on multiple departments. So can the minister outline how the funding is coordinated? Is there a single individual or a single department responsible for the coordination? Is it the Status of Women office that is responsible for the coordination, or is it another department? And then my second question for that sort of secondary question is, when the minister says a whole of society response, because I've heard the minister say that a couple of times now tonight and before that, what does that mean actually?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you. So, Status of Women Office does not hold the purse for every department, and nor should they. So each department is responsible for how this shows up within their work. So it's embedded into everything that they do, and they are responsible for their department's budgets. Executive Council Office coordinates this effort along all of the government initiatives. So they're the center to piece to government that is doing this work as well. And in terms of your question around a whole of society approach, government cannot do all of this work on its own. It has to be talked about in community. It has to be talked about in a safe way, and it has to be normal for people to seek help when they're not, when they're feeling at risk or they're not feeling, like they can get through. So what I mean by a whole of society approach is that we're not just getting through like we used to, where we couldn't talk about this, and we didn't have supports built in. We didn't have a government structure that had this integrated into everything that they do. We really didn't even have conversations around it. So we're seeing that shift now, and we've changed the way that government does things. And that's something that I'm very proud to sit in place and talk about, is the entire shift of government to do things in a brand new way that have never been done before. And so with that, and in relation to other departments, from how LSI, changes, leave days for folks that are fleeing intimate partner violence or gender-based violence from 3 to 5 days. Communicating that out within society so that people understand where the supports and services are, that it's okay to talk about, that it's okay to ask for help, normalizing it for men and boys to seek help and well-being and to talk about their health and their wellness and to seek solutions, making it completely normal for Nova Scotians to ask for help and to find solutions when they need it. And for us to help support that work in every single way that we can is how I do see the all of society approach happening. We have the responsibility and the challenge that, of the inequalities that lead to gender-based violence or intimate partner violence. So when we're listening to the needs that come from, the sector, and we meet with the sector and we go into communities and we are listening to the needs of the sector, it's our responsibility to elevate that voice, to apply what we're hearing in community and designate the funds that we do have and resource allocations to address the issues in the way that they're asking us to. Something that we're hearing from the sector is a need and a desire to elevate voices of lived experience and first voice. And I'm so encouraged by that, because I feel like with the lens that I have and where I come from and the work that we do, that we're actually able to further that work in a way that is very meaningful and will reach community faster. And then we'll be able to hear even more of the needs. And I think listening is such an important piece to this work, and hearing from Nova Scotians of the needs in communities, and then applying what we're hearing and putting dollars towards exactly what people are asking for. And that's exactly what we're doing, but we know that there's more work to do. And so we want to continue to further that work and help governments within their own respective departments reach more people faster and help build that out across government and across society. So what I mean by this across societal approach, again, is in the ways that we communicate on this issue to make it very, and I'll have to say it a few times, and I think all departments are going to have to say it in their own ways, is that the way that we communicate about this out in community is so important to make it accessible for people to then circle back and say, here's more of what we need, here's the depth of the need specific to this specific area or this specific topic. So again, we're doing that. It's a new way of doing things that I'm very proud of, especially within this government, to change the way that we're doing something that's been traditionally not even talked about for so long is incredibly encouraging. So that's the work that we're needing, and that's the work that we're doing. So that's the all of society approach that I was referencing.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Listening is such an important piece of this work, as the minister just said. I appreciate that the government may feel like it's doing things in a different way, or is doing things in a different way. But I will tell you that in my opinion, part of the way we change things is through the excellent work of the Mass Casualty Commission, speaking with organizations and people working on the ground, as you say, in the sector, and amplifying their voices and into the amplifying the voices into the commission report and the recommendations. I will agree with the minister that, interestingly enough, it does seem like the greater community is starting to talk about gender-based violence and intimate partner violence in a different way. And, we talk about the 7 deaths that have happened since September. Well, we wouldn't have known that they were intimate partner violence or gender-based deaths if the media hadn't reported them as such. And that is one thing that we're really seeing now, is that the media is actually, taking a lead, I think, in the way that this work is being reported, and I think that is essential, and I think it's partly why people are starting to pay more attention. But I will say, and I brought this up in question period the other day, that if the government wants to be true leaders in this work, then the leader of the government, who is the Premier of the province, needs to be in front of it. And yes, I know he's a man, and I know he's a white man, and I know he's a privileged man, but it is important for other men in this province and all people in the province to see the Premier out and talking to people and actually listening to people. I know that the Minister of Justice was offended by my question around this in question period, because the Premier has put very powerful and amazing women ministers in place in his cabinet, and I think that's wonderful, and I think it needs to be done more. Doesn't change the fact that he is the Premier, and he needs to show up at rallies, and he needs to be talking to people himself so that he understands the direct impact. We saw it happen in the legislature last fall when he said we didn't need a piece of legislation to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. And then when he collided, quite literally, with the women advocates in the legislature who were there to tell their stories, he changed his mind. So what more could happen with all of this? And with the decisions and the way the government functions, if we knew that was happening. So that is not a question, that is a comment, but I want to get to my question. So one of the minister has talked and I know has consulted with a lot of transition houses and people doing work on the ground, but an issue has been raised by several organizations that we've spoken to, is that they are constantly stuck in a cycle of applying for short-term program-based grants. For nonprofits, this is, and the Minister of Culture is here, so I'm glad he's listening. This is a really difficult thing for not-for-profits, because what happens is, with a very underfunded system in general, the organizations are constantly applying for grants instead of taking the money that's allotted and then using it for the good work that they're doing. So I'm wondering if the minister can explain if the government is interpreting the recommendation of epidemic level funding as meaning creating more short-term grants, or does the government understand that epidemic level funding as core operational funding for organizations committed to addressing and preventing gender-based violence?
I recognize the minister.
Okay, so first I'll answer your question and then I'll go on to the statement. So two ways that we're addressing this as an issue and to try to make it easier for organizations and for the sector to access funding on a regular basis that we know is so desperately needed. One is investing in the $125,000 to the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center's Empowerment Fund for programs and services for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people. The second is also the December 6th Fund. So this is a very unique and flexible fund that offers microloans and small loans for people fleeing intimate partner violence or domestic violence situations. It's a low barrier fund that makes money more accessible faster. So we've heard that, and we've heard that from the sector, and we've heard and then applied that feedback to these funds to do and address exactly that. So low barrier access to funding on a more regular basis. So in terms of men showing up, I do have to just say that we have an incredible team of men that get it, led by our premier. And one thing I will say is that he was the one to name intimate partner violence and gender-based violence an epidemic, and he was the first in the nation to do that. There's many different ways that men can show up in this work, but he did it, and so I think that deserves acknowledgement. It deserves to be said. Other provinces are now taking notice of this and likely to follow suit. He does get it, and I don't think necessarily that there's one way specifically of showing up that is necessarily the best. I think there's a multitude of ways that you can show up in this work. So the Premier, myself, a number of ministers met with the Transition Housing Coalition earlier in January, and that is showing up. Showing up at the table and having very real conversations and listening and hearing from the coalition and from the sector is another way to do that, exactly that. So I just want to share that to keep that in mind as well, is that, you know, he does show up to this work. He shows up in a very real way. It took a lot of courage to be the first to name intimate partner violence as an epidemic. To be the first person to do something in a nation takes a lot of courage. And so for him, as a man and as a white man, to stand there and to do that is really something quite remarkable. And I think that, you know, he's not one to pat himself on the back too much, but I will do that for him in this situation and say that I acknowledge that did take a lot of courage and a lot of strength to do that. And to hear now that there are other provinces that are saying, wow, like, look at what Nova Scotia has done. And then thinking about the ways that they're doing the work and that they're showing up, like that's pretty remarkable. And that's a historic, not only that, but, you know, showing up with a historic investment that has been backed now over 2 years, $7.7 million and $103 million through opportunities in social development it's a remarkable thing. So to the point of showing up, he does do that. And he took a lot of courage and a lot of bravery to name it as an epidemic. And I just feel like that does deserve recognition.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. I don't want to get into a back and forth about this because I have lots of questions, but I just want to, on the record, say that it shouldn't take courage to pass a bill that says intimate partner violence is an epidemic, and I think it is the bare minimum that we have to do. And so to suggest that the Premier is courageous in declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic, I just disagree with that. That this was a very blatant call in the recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission. In fact, the bill was tabled by the Leader of the Opposition, and the Premier said he would not pass it until he encountered the amazing advocates in the legislature, on the floor of the legislature, who basically ambushed him and waited to talk to him and tell them his story, their story. So, listen, like I said, I'm not going to go back and forth on this. I take the minister's point about the Premier showing up in other ways, and I think that's fair and great. So thank you for sharing that the minister has done, or the Premier has done that. But I will say that passing a bill with no money attached to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic was monumental, but shouldn't be courageous. And I think that this gets at the heart of what we're talking about, that it is the bare minimum to begin the work of ending it. So I'm going to keep going. So we've heard from a number of service providers that funding to date has been inadequate and hard to access, which does go against what we've heard today from the minister about historic level funding. So even if we've had historic increases, the funding is still inadequate and hard to access. So I'm hoping the minister can provide more clarity on why organizations are struggling to access funding that they need to use to deliver important and critical services. So, for example, New Leaf, which is an organization in rural Nova Scotia that works with perpetrators of intimate partner violence to work toward prevention, has been seeking additional funding given the urgency and scale of the problem they're taking on. But they've received no assurances. So can the minister tell us how much of the Advisory Council's funding is directed toward prevention initiatives? So this is dollar amount. How much is directed toward prevention initiatives aimed at ensuring perpetrators do not continue abusive behaviors?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you. So, New Leaf from Status of Women Office receives $355,000. And to answer your question around prevention, funding that we put towards prevention efforts, the province contributes $4.8 million for the prevention efforts. We also have, I'll just add as well, we do have a no wrong door approach. So essentially what that means is that in terms of prevention, if folks reach out to a department that it's not specifically Status of Women, but they reach out to any department, they'll be redirected through to the Status of Women office to make sure that they come back through us, and as well as the 211 and support helpline. So that's another program that we have to make sure that folks find their way to the right information for prevention.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Juniper House, an organization that covers Yarmouth to Digby, receives funding to operate a 15-bed shelter, but they are also struggling to access funding for their outreach program. Can the minister provide the rationale for why this organization that provides services to such a large swath of the province is struggling to access funds for their outreach program?
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you. So Juniper House, in the 2025-2026 upcoming budget, will receive $1.247,350. And so each of the transition houses are provided the same level of funding across the board. So it's a uniform approach. They can use the funding for the double staffing. They can use it for their outreach. It's really where we let the experts in the field decide, how they would like to apply that funding to their staffing model. Everybody receives the same amount in terms of the transition housing for double staffing.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. We've also heard from Women's Centres Connect. They've raised concerns about how key terms like advocacy and intimate partner violence have been removed from their operating agreements with the Status of Women. Can the minister explain why either of these terms would be removed from their agreements?
I recognize the Minister for the Status of Women.
So we're just checking on one of the details to give you that information, but while we get that for you, I do have the table report that I said that I would get for you. Okay.
Can I ask a question in the meantime?
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Just around this same topic, we've also heard from Transition House Association of Nova Scotia that they're not receiving enough funding to cover the level of staffing that's needed to provide support to everyone who reaches out for help. So can the minister outline how funding decisions are made, and why is it that funding is available for some positions but not other positions? And I guess this question does go back to my the one right before, where the minister talked about the funding for double staffing, but the question was actually about the outreach programs, which is totally different part of the function of the organization.
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
Would I be able to have you repeat your very first question? Sorry.
You mean like this?
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Which first question? Like my first question, or like the one, the last? Okay.
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you, Chair. The one where you referenced a removal of a clause in the agreement?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, so we've heard from Women's Centres Connect that they've raised concerns about how key terms like advocacy and intimate partner violence have been removed from operating agreements with the status of women. Can the minister explain why either of those terms would be removed from the agreements?
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
So that actually was not removed. So I'm not sure. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so then my other question was about the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia. They're not receiving enough funding to cover the level of staffing that's needed to provide support. So I guess the question was, can the minister explain how the funding decisions are made?
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
Yep. So when the funding decision came around, how to decide, what allocation was appropriate, the Transition Housing Association was a part of that conversation. So it wasn't done with Status of Women alone or OSD alone. It was done in collaboration with the sector.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so I don't have that much time left, but I just want to go back to sort of to the minister's opening comments, where she talked about historic increases in funding and many millions of dollars across this department and then other departments. My question is, in this year's budget, how much money is new money dedicated to ending intimate partner violence as an epidemic? How much is new money?
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
So, thank you, Chair. And what I will say is that while the 26 plus million that sits within the OSD budget is not new money, it does sit within $103 million that is across government that goes to this work. So it's important to recognize that the historic investment is being honored again for a second year. So that's $7.7 million again. Showing up again. It could have gone down. It could have gone away. It's not. So again, for another year, Status of Women is honoring that previous historic investment, and we're seeing that show up in the $103 million across government. So it's within every single department. Status of Women gets to be the centrally located body that helps connect all of this together, along with the Executive Council Office and the senior level officials that meet regularly to discuss this work. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with respect to the minister, the idea that historic funding of $7.7 million could have gone away or gone down is shocking to hear. So when we make investments that help us recover from decades of uninvestment or lack of investment, the idea that maybe that money would go away because the whims of government or that the problem has been solved is frankly atrocious. I can't even think of the right word for it. So I wouldn't expect it ever to go away. I hope it never does. If we ever see a cut in that money, that will be a very, very bad day, because gender-based violence is not going away anytime soon, and I think we can all agree with that. So I just want to confirm that the minister has said that there is no new money in this budget, like no new increases or investments in the budget to combat the epidemic. And I will point out that the epidemic was declared in September of 2024. Not that that's when it happened, but that's when it was declared. So, and the minister has also said in her comments tonight that she believes that the funding that we have in this province is epidemic level funding. But we've also heard from many, many, many organizations doing work on the ground that they are underfunded and don't have enough money. So how does the minister square that circle? My question is, how come there's no new money and how does the minister understand it to be epidemic level funding if it's the same as last year, which last year was just recovering from years of lack of investment?
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
So thank you for the question. And again, I will remind everyone that the epidemic level response is $103 million across government. And it's not simply able to be boiled down into just a singular budget line item. That would be, in my opinion, minimizing the complexity of this very integrated issue. It has to be seen reflected in all of the work that we do. So the way that each department has responded and come to the table is an epidemic level response that is bigger than what the member is asking about, which is simply dollars and cents. If it was as simple as saying, oh, let's maybe let's put all of, let's put X amount of dollars, I can't even name a number, just at this issue, it won't simply just go away with money. It's not that simple. It's a societal and cultural shift that we need to see, which is why the historic investment came and the Premier named it as an epidemic and then answered the call of changing the way that we do things. So changing government, which I believe takes a lot of courage to say we need to do things differently. And we've seen that happen. And now each department comes to the table to say, how can we take a piece of this work? How can we show up? How can we talk about this? I've got colleagues and members of our caucus that have reached out on a weekly basis to say, please, let me know where I can chime in. I have a mother that raised me. I came from a single mother family, and I would love to speak to this, and I want to know how I can do my part. Normalizing the conversation and bringing strong voices to the table is a huge part of this work. So I find it difficult to hear, that it's as simple as discussing dollars and cents. It is an integrated and complex societal, social, and cultural issue that has to be a different way that we do things in order to change the response. It's within our environment. It's within healthcare and trauma-informed response. It's within labor skills and in terms of time off that women get when they're fleeing domestic violence. It's in all of the things that we do. And so I find it hard when it comes down to a number just around a simple budget line item. We know that we want to do more. We want to do as much as we possibly can, and we want and will make sure that every single dollar that is invested goes to fight this issue every single day until it's no longer an issue for Nova Scotians. But we can't just simplify it down to just a singular budget line item. And if we could, or if we had to, I have to recognize the fact that there was a historic level increase just last year of $7.7 million, the most the sector has seen in over 20 years. So with that money coming in and being honored again and breeding that work into $103 million actually across all of government, that is something to talk about. And I think we can stare, at how the problem is in front of us, and that's a piece of it. But in terms of having the conversation of acknowledging how different the conversations have become, in terms of how differently we see this show up in our work and in society, and that the conversations now are far, far different than they were when I was growing up. That is something that is important to recognize, because if we just look simply at the problem, yeah, it's sad to stare right at. But if we do simply that, we're not looking up at the solutions, and we're not looking at the future ahead. And so looking ahead at the future and seeing $103 million and seeing all of my strong colleagues coming to the table on a regular basis to say, we want to help do this work, and we want to help do the heavy lifting. And every single department saying, here's where I think that we can show up. Here's how I think that we can impact the sector. That is a sector, that's a system level change, which is the biggest type of change that there is. And so I have to recognize that changing government and doing things in a brand new way gives a lot of hope. It gives a lot of hope to me, and it should give a lot of hope to Nova Scotians that there is a bright future ahead if we can all work together and we all do our part, and support each other along the way, not try to tear each other down, or make sure that there's safe spaces for men and boys to seek help and to talk about their problems or their well-being, and seek seek help when they need it. It's all part of the bigger picture. So to simplify it, I know I talk about this one quite a bit, but as a sociology background, I really have to, because it's more than a simple budget item. It's way bigger than that. And it's been entrenched in our society, unfortunately, for a long, long time. So we're talking about changing government, we're talking about changing a social structure, and we have to talk about it in repetition so that folks know that there is change being made, and they know that there is no wrong door, that they can call us at any point, and we will help them find the support and services they need to find the help that they need. Thank you.
With 3 minutes, 30 seconds, I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. And I just want to reiterate to the minister that I appreciate all of the change making that's happening in government. That is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is dollars and cents, because we have to change the conversation. We have to make sure that men are being allies. We have to do all of that stuff, but we also have to make sure that the organizations on the ground working with abused women or men who are perpetrators has the money that they need to do their programming. Like that is basic. So yes, we can change. But the strongest message for society will be when the government ponies up the correct or the adequate amount of money to do the work on the ground with survivors and with people who are at risk of harming others. So my time is almost up, and I will say I guess I will have one more quick question. How many shelters are serving individuals fleeing? How many shelters are serving individuals fleeing gender-based violence in the province? How many beds are in the shelters? And how many days in the last fiscal year were all the beds occupied?
I recognize the Minister for the Status of Women.
Would you please repeat your question slowly?
I recognize the member from Dartmouth North.
How many shelters are serving individuals fleeing gender-based violence? And how many beds are in those shelters? And how many days in the last fiscal year were the all beds occupied?
Order. The time allotted for that has ended. It is now time for the Liberals' turn. I recognize the honourable member for City Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we only have about how much time do we have?
Can take an hour, but if you're going to end it at the
25 minutes, okay.
So there's 2 hours and 27 minutes left to the entire time slot for this minister. You have 59 minutes for yours.
Okay, awesome.
I recognize the member for City Member 2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, though. I was just listening to the conversation with the NDP and the minister. And the minister, thanks for this is your first estimates. So it's always an experience, and I want to recognize your staff in your department, and also recognize the great advocates that are in our communities across the province that really do wonderful work every day. I want to talk about intimate partner violence. That's around my questions, and you know, for me, it's something, as the minister said in her comments previous, that in my 10 years as an MLA, you know, we're dealing with more of this now than we've ever have, and we see it. Our staff sees it. I don't know what we would do without the wonderful organizations on the ground. So, you know, we transition as an office, you know what I mean? You're looking at ways you can provide better support. You're looking at ways you can advocate as MLAs. And as a man, you look at ways that you can be a better champion. And that's a learning process, right? Absolutely. I think the most important thing, of course, is showing up. And as I said, we're blessed to have really wonderful advocates and organizations that support families each day. So I know we don't have a lot of time. So and I could talk an hour about the education system, and you and I, the minister and I, can hopefully, through you, Mr. Chair, have that conversation at some point as a former education minister. But one of the things that was mentioned was microloans. And microloans, Mr. Chair, through you to the minister, for families fleeing. I would argue against a loan. I would argue that there should be no loan, that if we are going to provide resources to support families who are fleeing, I don't think we should be looking to get paid back. I don't know. I think that that's one of those, for me, Mr. Chair, through you to the minister, that's something that, as the minister said, $103 million across the board, it's important. I think that the money's always going to evolve, because I think you're in a situation where we're in a crisis when it comes to this. We all agree on that, regardless of political stripe. But particularly, I heard that in the speech, and I heard a microloan for families who are essentially leaving, in the experience that I've had, with next to nothing, and they're fleeing for safety, and they're coming out of a situation. So I guess my question through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, and maybe it's a question, and maybe it's something that I suggest, is that a microloan or a loan is not the right fit, in my opinion. I think if we're going to support families who are fleeing, I don't think, and there's a certain amount that we provide now as a limit to that loan, I don't think we should ask for that back. So I'll pass it on to the minister for comment.
I recognize the minister for Status of Women.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, through you to the member, for your desire to be a better champion. I love to hear that, and I love to hear collaboration, and I want to recognize that. So the YWCA actually created and developed this program, and so they know what the clients need. They're doing the work, and they've got their ears directly doing the work on the front lines. We don't ask for the money back, just for clarity, but I appreciate your suggestion. And we're just really all about providing more solutions for people and more options, and giving people, at a time that they need, more solutions to find a pathway to stability.
Recognize the member for Sydney Member 2.
Okay, that's great. You know, like, that's great to hear. I heard that, and I never knew that. I never knew that. I know that, as I said, there's some great advocates out there, but I just was, and I've served on the government side too, and I'd say the same thing if I was in your position. I'd be like, oh my God, I hope we're not asking people for this money back. So thank you for the clarity on that. So my next question, and I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues, we don't have a lot of time, is around the education system. And really, as we all know, whether it's, there's lots of great programs that multiple governments have been engaged with in the education systems where our kids are, right? It's the best place where we can have some of the conversations that we need to have around this crisis. And my question through to the minister: is there a plan throughout that money that the minister has talked about, the 103 across multiple departments? Is there a plan to go into our schools to start having this conversation? And then over to you.
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
So thank you for the question, and we are already in schools with Guy's work. So there's $106,000 that goes to that. It's a school-based program for males and male-identifying students ages 6 through 9. And this program promotes healthy masculinity, help seeking, and enables men and boys, young men and boys, to have conversations about health, wellness, and identity. So this fall, Guy's work has expanded to over 60 schools, which means that at least 600 students will participate in the program, and the feedback has been remarkable. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through to the Minister. I hope we can have a chance to have a conversation about this at length, but I want to be respectful and pass the rest of my time over to my colleague, the member for Cumberland North.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member, my colleague, and thank you to the Minister and her team. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to start just by acknowledging this is an emotional topic. And I want to thank the Minister for sharing one or more of her personal experiences. It's not easy to do that. And it just helps us all just be real. And I'm just going to say it's a difficult topic for me. And I'm going to try to not get too emotional having this conversation today. So, Minister, I'm wondering, I feel like in the past, it wasn't so hard to find the status of women in the budget document. And I had a really hard time finding the information, the finances for the status of women in this year's budget document. And I'm wondering, I guess, a couple of questions. One is, what does the Minister think about the need to have her own department and for either status of women or for gender-based violence? And, does the Minister think that that would speak volumes for the people of this province, for the women of this province? It would show with a priority. For example, when the Premier came out with the Nova Scotia Guard, he said this is a priority for this province, emergency management. It's important to me. And it showed where his priorities were. And I'm wondering, just the fact that it's even really hard to find in our budget document, I think is maybe shows that it's not as much of a priority that it should be for the province. So I'm just curious what the Minister thinks of that. And also, I've heard the Minister share there's $103 million across government and funding. I did find in the document under Opportunities and Social Development, $26 million budgeted. So I won't ask the Minister where all the other money is throughout all the other departments, but I am wondering, of that $103 million, is any of that money federal money that was given to the province?
I recognize the Minister for the Status of Women.
So thank you for the question, and I will answer the first question first, and I will give my colleague here just a moment to pull the federal funding number, and I'll get you that. So the status of women is in a really unique and wonderful position at the center of government. So to answer, we're corporate, so that means that we can leverage the expertise and the experience of all of our government partners across government. So I think we're in a very unique position and a very powerful position within government, and I would not want to change that for a number of reasons. The second one being that collaboration is incredibly important to this work. So we're centrally located within Status of Women and in collaboration with the Executive Council Office, and that's an incredibly powerful position to be in, to be, essentially the center, within the center of government, and being able to connect with all across the departments. So I think there's a way to look at it where it sits underneath another department, but really it's actually at the core of what we do. And so we're in this incredibly powerful position where we get to collaborate and coordinate with our departmental partners and connect into every single department. So that's a pretty remarkable place to be, and I really wouldn't change that. It is a difficult topic. It is an emotional topic, but I feel that Nova Scotians need and deserve a department that's willing to walk towards this work with courage and with bravery right now more than ever. And so the desire to change the structure now, where the structure's just been changed in a very historic and monumental way, and I believe very much for the better in terms of a sociological standpoint. So I'll say it one more time. It's very empowering, and it feels very new, and it feels very revolutionary to be at the forefront and at the cutting edge of this change that's been so desperately needed for so long. And so for our premier to, first of all, to be a male and to have that awareness to that change that was needed, and then to be able to help apply that across government, and then the teams to come together and to work within a team way. I'm obviously a very team oriented person, and when I was growing up, government worked in these little silos and they didn't communicate with one another as often. And so what we've done and what we've seen in this government is the willingness and the ability to break down those barriers and to work across governments to find efficiencies and to find what redundancies there could be and eliminate them so that our dollars are getting further faster. And with that, there's so much more work that is being done, and there's so much change that is happening. So then to answer your question around the National Action Plan, there's $5.1 million annually from federal funding recoverables. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well.
Recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I should have clarified, one of the reasons that I find this conversation so difficult is, my experience has not been real positive with this premier. And to hear the conversation keep referencing him and his work championing. I've seen one of my former female MLAs be removed from his caucus, myself. I've seen a woman who wanted to run for president of the party be cast aside. She lost her job. It's not been my experience, and I wasn't expecting this today, I guess, when I was planning on asking questions here for the status of women, but it keeps coming up. And just, recently the Premier was asked to speak at a talk last week by the province. And I don't expect the minister to defend, but I want to bring this up because my experience is not an isolated experience. Many women in the province in leadership positions have experienced the same. Last session I didn't have, but there were several women who came to the legislature to share with media and to share in the People's House about their experience losing their adult children to suicide. And instead of respecting those women, the government planned another press conference about green energy at the exact same time in the legislature so that no media or limited media would come and listen to 14 mothers who lost their child to suicide. And I bring this up because I just heard the minister talk about the incredible, powerful department and the opportunity that the minister has to influence every department in this government. And I hope that there is some truth to that. I hope that this minister could make a difference because it is so needed. It is so needed. I was so ashamed last session when these mothers were so disrespected. I felt like, of all people, grieving mothers, for this to happen to. And then last week, the women that were here standing up for gender-based violence in this province, there is a real opportunity for the leader of this province to do the right thing. There's a real need for it. There's a real need for leadership. So I feel really compelled, especially really on my heart, listening to this conversation here for the last almost 2 hours. It's just not been my experience. And, I'm a strong woman. I'm 55. I've been through a lot, and I've been taught to stand up. Grew up in a farm. I've been chased down by bulls. I stood and faced them, and I do that in politics, but I shouldn't have to. And other women shouldn't have to either. Which leads me to my next question. And that is around NDAs. Now, my experience with the Department of Status of Women in the past has been exceptional. I've had very, unfortunately, many women who were victims of sexual assault in our area. There was one perpetrator in particular that abused women for 20 years in our area, and no one would listen and help them. And when I went to the Status of Women, they helped me to find services to help them. And we were able to get provincial funding under the Liberal government for sexual assault counseling in Cumberland County for the first time. But one of the things we haven't been able to make movement on here in the province is around changing the legislation around the misuse of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual assault. And I do see that there is a real need or a real opportunity for the minister and for the Department of Status of Women to really help educate her peers and the Premier and other department leaders. As the minister mentioned, the Status of Women is in a very incredibly powerful position to influence all other departments. And sadly, I knew a woman who was at the center of an NDA. And the minister may not be aware of this, but when I tabled a bill and debated it here in the legislature 2 years ago, the response, just think about this as a woman, how the minister would feel if this were her advocating for other women. The response of the government was to table a notice of motion to have me removed as an elected MLA. And how I had to defend myself was actually to hire a lawyer because I had lawyers from all across the country contact me to say how unconstitutional and undemocratic it was to have the government try and remove an elected person. And all of that happened because I tabled a bill and debated it in the legislature and defended a young woman who was coerced into signing an NDA for $100,000. And the response and the way that I was treated as a woman is unbelievable, really. So it is hard for me, Minister, to continue to hear the great leadership, because that hasn't been my experience as a woman. And it's not about me, but I am one of many women. And there's a change needed from the very top, And if this government would be willing to make a stand on NDAs, the impact that that would have and the message that that would send to victims around this province, to people who have been advocating for change on this topic. There are so many, and I'm assuming that the minister has probably met with some of them. There are so many victims who I have met with and listened to their story who do not understand. They said, how can anybody understand what's happening and not make the needed changes around NDA legislation? And they want me to explain it. And I said, I can't explain. But I'm wondering if the minister can respond to my question around, will the minister commit to use her department for the greater good and finally get the NDA legislation changed for this province?
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
So thank you for sharing and for the question. And you touched on a few areas there. So I'll start where you did and work our way to your question around NDAs. So as you know, I'm a member of Millbrook First Nation, so I've grown up knowing people very closely and being very connected to the issues of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. It's not new to me to know this issue. It's not new to me to have grown up with my friends, my mother's friends, friends of friends, people that I shared spaces with to have experienced this at a really high level. But what I have to acknowledge in terms of empowerment and in terms of collaboration is that I've been personally empowered within this government, and it's not about me, but I have to say as an Indigenous person and somebody that came into this government from the area of nonprofit and around housing. I came in wondering, is this government really going to want me at the table? Do they really want me here? I'm a bull chaser. I'm a person that says how I feel. Maybe I'm difficult sometimes, or I'm outspoken and I have opinions. But not only did the Premier open the door for me, but he broke down barriers to not just make sure that I could be here today, but to provide me a seat at the table and to pull out a seat for myself and for other people to take their place at the table, because he listens and he wants opinions from various different people from various different walks of life. So not only has he empowered me to take my place at a table that I never, you asked if 10 years ago if I could have seen myself here, I would have dreamed of it, but I never would have thought that it would have been attainable. So to have this opportunity and to bring the lens that I have is a remarkable opportunity. And I do have to recognize that, while it might be difficult at times, he helped make that happen. And so it still needs to be said, and I have to give credit where it's due, and I have to call spades spades. And not only that, but there's many women along the way, and you did recognize that, so I do appreciate that. The first female African Nova Scotian cabinet minister, multiple female speakers of the House, a historic investment around intimate partner violence and gender-based violence on top of a national statement of identifying it as an epidemic. So to acknowledge spades as spades, you speak about also greening energy and a piece around why is that important? And I want to just kind of paint a sociological picture for you, is that everything that helps women's economic stability helps against the fight for gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. So it can be hard to kind of picture, well, how does green energy and how does that play into it? But if we are seeing women in male-dominated industries take on positions that they never had before, and if we are seeing things like indexing incomes to inflation, if we are seeing women in positions of power, if we are putting more money into women's pockets, then women are then able to be able and better positioned to stand on their own. And when women have economic stability to be able to stand on their own, there's more options. And options are a really good thing. So to your point around NDAs, obviously we know that this does sit the lion's share with the Justice Department, so I can't speak to the legislation. But I, of course, recognize that supporting victims with sensitivity and respect is incredibly important. NDAs should never be used to silence a victim. They should never be used in that way. Victims should be informed of what it means to sign an NDA so that they can make an informed decision. And so I know my colleague with Justice can speak to the increased investments in the justice system that we've seen to help reflect this work so that people can have access to that support. But that's what I'll say to that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. There's 1 minute left in the agreed upon time for the next department to come in. If you'd like to take that for closing remarks. I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
Sorry, just one moment.
I recognize the Minister for Status of Women.
So in closing, I would like to acknowledge the work of the service provider organizations and the sector at large for the work that they do on an ongoing basis. The life-saving work that they do is incredibly valuable, and we will continue to work in collaboration with them. I'd like to thank my colleagues at the Status of Women Office for the incredible work that they do and the expertise that they bring to the table to empower this work. And I'd like to thank my colleagues across the board on all sides, and specifically my male colleagues within the caucus that have come out and spoken out and taken a lot of bravery to offer their voices in support of this work, and the courage that it takes for them to try to speak out and to continue to leverage their voices for good. So I just want to acknowledge that there's more work to be done. The work is happening. And Nova Scotians should be encouraged that the future looks brighter and that we'll continue to walk towards this challenge until it's no longer an issue in Nova Scotia. So thank you so much.
Order. We will take a brief recess while the Department of Agriculture comes in to set up. Thank you. Committee's in recess. Order. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 6 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Agriculture, as outlined estimates E2. E2 resolved that a sum not exceeding $47,946,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture to make opening comments up to an hour, and if so wish, to introduce the staff of your committee. Recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. And yes, before I proceed, I would like to introduce some members of the senior team who are joining me here. Supporting me this evening are Jason Hollett, our new Deputy Minister at the Department of Agriculture, and Michael O'Brien to my left, the Executive Director of the Department of Finance and Treasury Board, as well as senior members of staff behind me. Mr. Chair, now more than ever, our government recognizes the value of our traditional natural resources. Farmers play a critical role in providing our food supply, creating jobs in our rural communities, and generating revenue for our economy. Now more than ever, Nova Scotians recognize the importance of local food in our communities, our schools, our hospitals, and on our tables at home. Now is the time to focus on how we, as Nova Scotians, and as a province, support the farming industry as one of our primary natural resources. My team works with farmers and agricultural businesses in every corner of the province. We have 8 regional offices stretching from Cape Breton to Yarmouth. And I'm proud to see the service now provided through our newest locations in Nepan and Digby. We work closely with livestock producers, dairy and egg farmers, grape growers, beekeepers, fruit, berry, vegetable, and Christmas tree growers. We support them to be successful, sustainable, and self-reliant, to provide Nova Scotians with delicious, high-quality food and to help keep our rural economies thriving. There's no question agriculture is a vital and historic part of life in Nova Scotia. On January 25th, the Premier shared a letter to all Nova Scotians that reaffirmed our commitment to traditional resource industries. Farmers put food on our tables, drive innovation, and support our economies, employing thousands of people across the province, especially in rural communities. We certainly recognize there have been challenging times for farmers, challenges like climate change, impacts on crops, increasing input costs, and now, of course, the threat on exports with tariffs to the U.S. Some of our top exports to the U.S. include forest products and food and agri-food products. Our government stands with farmers and the Nova Scotia agricultural community. We will work with our federal and provincial colleagues to support the farming industry by removing provincial trade barriers and supporting local goods and services by developing a Nova Scotia loyal mindset. My department has been working closely with the farm industry to find solutions to offset increased costs, support adaptation and innovation, and to help the farming industry to become more self-reliant and self-sustainable. On the topic of tariffs, Mr. Chair, our government is committed to Team Canada and to the people of Nova Scotia. The uncertainty caused by President Trump has had an immediate negative impact for many of our businesses. Our government continues to plan and will be ready to respond as needed to impending tariffs. We continue to meet with our federal provincial colleagues, and we have regular check-ins with the business community because we are stronger as a nation when we stand together. Agriculture is a key part of healthy, resilient communities and economies, and I am committed to doing what is right for Nova Scotia, our farmers, and the agricultural industry. The Department of Agriculture is focused on getting more local food into our provincial institutions, like hospitals, schools, nursing homes, and correctional facilities. We started this work 2 years ago with a $1 million investment in 13 institutional pilots throughout the province, and the momentum will continue. We will protect agricultural land through our dike systems and by investing in programs that protect the health of our soils. We will support producers to reduce production costs by helping them adopt innovations that reduce labor costs and increase their capacity to raise more food more competitively. And will create opportunities for agriculture to drive economic growth through activities like the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative and by promoting local food. This evening, I'm pleased to update you on our department's progress and programs designed to support these outcomes. I mentioned institutional procurement, Mr. Chair. Promoting local foods to Nova Scotians is a priority for our department and our government. More local food than ever is making its way into our provincial institutions. Last year, more than 30 schools across the province took part in our salad, carts, and fresh fruit programs, with close to 12,000 students participating. Salad carts have been incorporated into the Nova Scotia School Lunch Program. Now, students from 225 schools across the province have access to affordable, nutritious lunches. And we will continue to expand this program to include all public schools across the province. We want to ensure that Nova Scotians who are in provincial facilities have access to local food options. We invested in the Cape Breton Food Hub and the Station Food Hub to provide new institutional contracts with hospitals and nursing homes. And our Institutional Investment Support Program is helping companies to invest in the equipment they need to create new products for this market. But the work doesn't stop with fruit and vegetables. We've also tied our commitment to institutional procurement to the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative. We're connecting local meat processors with direct opportunities to provide beef to local nursing homes and correctional facilities. We also want to promote Nova Scotia products. We're working closely with the Department of Growth and Development to inform producers and agribusinesses about the value of participating in the Nova Scotia Loyal Program. Now, more than ever, the need to promote Nova Scotia food and beverages is critical. We need to remind ourselves that supporting local businesses has a direct impact in our communities and right across the province. While the last few weeks have been trying with the looming threat of tariffs, I am deeply moved by the grassroots efforts of Nova Scotians to choose local. We know that Nova Scotians want to buy local when it's possible. That is why the Nova Scotia Loyal Program is so important for promoting local products and making them easier to find in stores. And if a Nova Scotia company doesn't make that product, these folks are finding a Canadian company that does. We will stand stronger by working together and by being Nova Scotia loyal. Talked a bit about the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative. Our Nova Scotia Beef Initiative is aimed at giving beef producers the tools to raise more beef. To do that, they need to keep the cost of raising beef in Nova Scotia in check. They need to have a strong network of abattoirs and meat processors to support them, and they need to raise top-of-the-line beef. This past October, we worked with the Nova Scotia Cattle Producers Association to create a 2-year beef herd renewal and improvement program. This program supports growing healthier beef with good genetics that will qualify producers for price incentives, like the Verified Beef Program. And earlier this month, at a meeting with the Nova Scotia cattle producers, I introduced the Nova Scotia Beef Abattoir and Processing Assistance Program. Beef farmers need more access to abattoir and meat processing services in Nova Scotia to get more local meat processed here at home. This program will support abattoirs and meat processors, critical players in the supply chain for beef producers. This $330,000 program is one of many investments we've made in our existing abattoirs and meat processors since our government took office. We've heard from abattoir owners who want to grow their operation and from people who are interested in getting into processing. Our regional teams are working with them for next steps. Owners like Wayne Olton, who is now able to invest in a new meat saw that will increase the efficiency of processing beef in his facility. At our meeting with beef producers, I also announced a new first-of-its-kind program that we are delivering along with our Atlantic partners, the Maritime Livestock Price Insurance Pilot Program. This is a big win in reducing risk and improving business risk management for the beef sector. It allows producers to buy price protection on their cattle in the form of an insurance policy. And that protects them against market declines. Our beef sector in Nova Scotia has tremendous potential. and we want to support its prosperity now and also for future generations. We're also trying some new things. We showcase beef at the first ever Nova Scotia Stampede in the fall. We're working with our partners at Perennia and with our regional ag reps to ensure that producers have the information they need to run well-managed and innovative beef farms. Mr. Chair, as you can imagine, farmers need land that is capable of producing crops, safe for livestock, and where possible, protected from the elements. We need to identify and protect farmland that is vulnerable and lessen risk where we can. My department is making significant investments to strengthen the resilience of the dikeland system along the Bay of Fundy. These upgrades will help mitigate the impacts of climate change and the damage to the region's agricultural land, ecosystems, and municipal infrastructure caused by rising tides and storm surge events. In collaboration with Public Works, we are continuing to deliver a $500 million dikeland system upgrade, a project that is funded by the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. 16 sites were identified as part of this project that provides flood protection to tens of thousands of residents, businesses, vineyards, historical and World Heritage sites, Mi'kmaq communities, and more than 20,000 hectares of farmland. In addition to these upgrades, we have completed the work to fix erosion issues on the foreshore of the Newport Town Marsh in Hants County. We've also repaired the damaged sections of the St. Croix and Herbert Rivers dike system, which enabled aid for rescue and recovery efforts after the July 2023 flooding. Getting more local food on Nova Scotians' plate doesn't mean we aren't looking for opportunities outside our borders. In fact, we have a number of products that grow really well here in Nova Scotia and are high in demand globally. Exports totaled $499 million in 2023, nearly $500 million. Right now, about 64% of our agricultural products are exported to the United States. With the current tariff threats, we know we need to diversify our markets, to continue to market Nova Scotia's products to other countries, and to remove interprovincial trade barriers. And we continue this work diligently. One of our exceptional export products is blueberries. Millions of pounds are exported worldwide each year, totaling more than $121 million. That's 24% of all agri-food exports in the province. Consumer demand for many of our products is growing. International buyers are interested in products like our prepared grains, pastas, live plants and trees, and frozen vegetables. This year, I had the pleasure of championing our Nova Scotia producers at international trade shows in Paris and the Netherlands. Working in collaboration with our partners at Invest Nova Scotia, we're exploring new markets in Southeast Asia, where the demand for Nova Scotia products is growing. We're working with sectors like the Nova Scotia fruit growers to support international trade opportunities and to ensure they can, pardon the pun here, Mr. Chair, take advantage of low-hanging fruit when it comes to marketing. This past fall, we supported the visit of a Vietnamese film crew to the Annapolis Valley to visit our world-renowned Honeycrisp farms, which showcased our products to 3 million viewers. We'll continue to look for opportunities like these to expand market reach for our key sectors so that they can remain strong and competitive in the face of rapid change. This work and the work we do with industry and our partners is having a positive effect. In 2003, farm cash receipts totaled $754 million. That was up $28 million from 2022. And reports from the first 3 quarters of last year show that Nova Scotia is seeing an increase in farm cash receipts over the previous year. A little over half of that return is from Nova Scotia supply-managed industries, including dairy, poultry, and eggs. Other major contributors to the farm cash receipts include cattle at more than $42 million. And our blueberries, cannabis, and fresh field vegetables bring in $30 million or more each. And Nova Scotia fresh apples, floriculture sod, and Christmas trees generate $25 million or more. I want to take a moment to talk about jobs in the agriculture industry. It's no surprise Nova Scotians are working hard to drive this sector. In 2023, 5,400 people earned a living by being directly employed in the primary production of agriculture in Nova Scotia. There are 11,000 jobs across primary agriculture and food and beverage manufacturing. We talk about jobs, but it's the people who are the heart of this industry. I met with many producers over the past 2.5 years, 3 years. They've been kind enough to invite me to their farms, to their production facilities, and into their homes. I've met their families and those who work with them. Honestly, some of the finest people I've ever met. People like the Millen family in Masstown, who grow strawberries and blueberries. Parents, Curtis and Ann, now work with their sons, Jonathan and Brandon. They built a state-of-the-art blueberry processing facility in Great Village 2 years ago, and I was extremely impressed when I visited the family farm. People like Andy Vermeulen down in Canning in Kings North. Andy grows strawberries and vegetables, asparagus and lettuce. Now the next generation, his son Ben and Ben's wife Lindsay, are working with him and always trying new and innovative ways to grow strawberries. I see it in places like Breckrow Farms in Guy's Protracity, Boyle's Forever Green Farm in Antigonish, Sky Glen Creamery in Inverness, McGregor Farm in Pictou East, Oxford Berry Farm in Cumberland South, Nichols Farm in Kings West, DeLong Farms in Lunenburg, Manning Family Farms in Hants West, Ridge Valley Farm in Digby Annapolis, Coastal Grove Farm in Shelburne, Rendell's Farm, Victoria the Lakes, Small Holdings Farm in Pictou West. Just a few places I've been and just been so impressed by what the people are doing for agriculture and for our rural economies, Mr. Chair. As the agriculture industry looks to innovate and automate, jobs in agricultural research and agri-tech are attracting a new generation of young people who are passionate about the future of agriculture. This is hugely important for the sustainability of this industry. Attracting a new generation is key to the future of agriculture. As you may have heard, the average age of a Nova Scotia farmer is 58. We need to act and work to bring young people into the industry and to encourage those who are in it to stay. To help with this and to attract and retain youth in farming, I set up the first ever Ministers Youth Council for Agriculture. With input from the Youth Council, we developed the Plant Your Roots program to support young people entering agriculture. It helps with the cost of growing or taking on an existing agricultural business. Depending on eligibility, it offers as much as $100,000 in interest rebates over a period of up to 4 years. To date, we've committed more than $1.7 million in this program, which is helping new entrants and helping farming families to support succession planning. And that's not all we're doing to help attract talented young people to agriculture. We also have the Agriculture Skills Student Bursary Program that rewards students who work on farms throughout the summer. We fund it jointly with our federal partners. These bursaries help address the labor gap for primary agriculture producers in Nova Scotia, and they introduce agriculture as a viable career option for students. We awarded 56 bursaries in the last year. That is 56 young people who are going to bring their fresh perspectives, ideas, and creativity to our farming operations and communities. And to interest more of the next generation, our Agriculture in the Classroom program teaches public school students where their food comes from. This program focuses on the importance of agriculture to our province and that there are lots of interesting job opportunities in the industry. We have developed over 25 different free learning resources with our partners at the Department of Education and have provided these to teachers at more than 300 schools from pre-primary to grade 12. 82% of schools in Nova Scotia have participated in at least one Agriculture in the Classroom program. I've been to some of our schools to see the program in action, and it gives me great faith that our agriculture industries will be in good hands with future generations. I visited St. Mary's Education Centre Academy in Sherbrooke, East Antigonish Education Centre Academy in Monastery, Chedabucto Education Centre Guysborough Academy, Fanning Education Centre Canso Academy, Looking forward to going to Winding River School next month. Next week, as a matter of fact, next month is Canadian Agricultural Literacy Month, and it's always one of my favorite times of the year to go into classrooms. I'm always inspired by how quickly the students understood and understand the importance of farmers and the food they put on their tables. To help farmers and producers become more self-sustaining and self-reliant, we need to ensure that they have access to programs and services to help reduce costs, address climate change impacts, and modernize their operations to stay competitive. Earlier this month, we hosted the Digital Harvest Conference and the Ministers' Conference, Innovation in Agriculture, for farmers to learn how artificial intelligence is being used to transform agriculture, to increase crop production, and address the impacts of climate change. The topics included robotics and automation, energy innovations, and how new tools and technologies are being incorporated into farming best practices. The farmers who attended are smart, solutions-driven problem solvers who are ready to take a different approach to how we can improve processes and better support the farming industry. The department is also encouraging people who are underrepresented in this industry to get engaged with agriculture. We have developed programs like Honoring Mi'kmaq Roots. It's an entrance scholarship and summer internship for a Mi'kmaq student pursuing a career in agriculture. The first successful recipient joined the department for a paid internship last summer. We're happy to have helped launch her career in the industry and wish her great success. We also have the Grow Where You're Planted scholarship. This is an entrance scholarship and summer internship for an African Nova Scotian student pursuing a career in agriculture. The first successful recipient started her studies in September 2022 and has worked with the department for the past 3 summers to advance her work in engineering and agriculture. The department is also sponsoring events focused on youth and introducing them to agriculture and career opportunities. The Grow Where You're Planted Conference is a program where African Nova Scotian high school students spend 24 hours at the Dalhousie Agricultural Campus to learn about agricultural careers, research and technology, and post-secondary options. This May will be the 3rd year of this annual event. Connect with Your Agriculture is a province-wide Black Youth Conference focused on developing leadership and agricultural skills, and it will be hosted by the department for the 2nd year next month. We've also expanded the Black Youth Planting Their Future, a program that was started by Public Works to Bible Hill and will continue to partner with 6 other departments to support African Nova Scotian students with summer employment. One of the goals of this initiative is to introduce African Nova Scotian students to careers in the public service and agriculture sector. The program continues to grow, and I'm proud to share that the department is hiring a returning student as the youth program coordinator this summer. This is exciting. It's good to see real impact, and I know all the students will do great work, as they have in the past. Working with our federal partners through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, some people call it Sustainable CAP, some people call it SCAP, our partners at Dalhousie Agricultural Campus and African Nova Scotian Affairs, we support Bridge into Agriculture. It's a 22-week training program for African Nova Scotians to introduce horticulture food production. Work like this helps to get more people into industry and contributes to getting more local food into the homes of Nova Scotians. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak a little bit about business risk management. A few other sectors are susceptible to the depth and breadth of risks faced by our farmers and producers. That's why we are proud to offer a suite of business risk management programs. Most of these programs are in partnership with the federal government through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, and others are provincial in scope. These are the tools to help producers manage risk. They provide protection against income and production losses. These programs are voluntary and demand-driven. They offer supports like insurance, income stability, investment matching, and disaster relief. I visit farmers often, and one of the things I hear often is the importance of these programs. especially when farmers need them most. We've heard that accessing these programs can be complicated and that they don't always suit the needs of our farmers and producers. That's why we're talking to industry associations, our provincial and territorial counterparts, and the federal government to find ways that these programs could provide more timely or effective support to our farmers here in Nova Scotia. As I mentioned earlier, the launch of the Maritime Livestock Price Insurance Pilot Program is an important part of our work to support beef producers and their risk management. Staff are collaborating as well with the beef and beekeeping industries to understand the possibility of offering new insurance plans. This is a huge undertaking, and we'll do it one step at a time to ensure it makes sense and provides the support most needed. We can't promise that we'll get all the changes to the BRM programs that we want, but we can promise that we'll listen, we'll learn, and we'll keep working with the federal government and other provinces and territories to advocate for BRM programs that help our farmers here in Nova Scotia. There's no question that the effects of climate change are being felt by everyone, especially farmers. We know it's time to plan and prepare to adapt to climate change and adopt new and innovative tools and practices. By working with our partners like the Department of Environment and Climate Change and Perennia, our Crown Corporation, we are delivering dedicated resources, programs, and supports to help farmers prepare, innovate, and build resiliency. We are supporting the Christmas tree, horticulture, and cattle and sheep sectors to implement their climate change adaptation plans. We're also supporting producers to become more energy efficient, which saves them money and reduces their electricity costs and fossil fuel footprints. And we fund an on-site energy manager for agriculture at Efficiency Nova Scotia. Craig Porter does fantastic work. He helps farmers determine which upgrades to make and how to secure funding to help make them. Since September of 2017, through the department's work with Efficiency Nova Scotia, there have been more than 400 projects completed. That equates to more than $2.2 million in electricity saved per year and more than $2.4 million in incentives provided directly to farmers. There was also a reduction of more than 9,400 tons of carbon dioxide per year. This program has been so successful that this year we engaged a second energy manager to help exhibitions and agricultural not-for-profit organizations in a similar way. These initiatives reduce operating costs for farmers, enhance the sustainability of the local food supply, and support our agricultural sector in preparing for the challenges and opportunities presented by climate change. We've also had great success with a variety of programs, including ones that address climate change through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. With the latest agreement reached in 2013, we've secured $9.25 million annually for Nova Scotian producers. That's a 25% increase from the last agreement, and in fact, the first ever increase in the history of these agreements. And we continue to support our business risk management programs. The programs delivered in Nova Scotia under this agreement focus on 5 priority areas: building sector capacity, growth, and competitiveness, science, research, and innovation, climate change and environment, market development and trade, and resiliency and public trust. We've launched an extensive suite of programs this year covering each priority area, and we've seen a tremendous response with more than 700 applications. Through Sustainable CAP, we've rolled out new programs like the Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program, also known as RALP. 35 new projects were funded in 2024-25, and we've committed $832,000 in new money. RALP supports farmers as they build on their commitment to environmental stewardship. They can do this by adopting farm practices that respond to climate change and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Through this program, farmers receive funding to purchase no-till equipment and install ponds and pollinator strips. This saves farmers money and supports environmental sustainability. Working with the sector is key to success. As we hear from farmers, producers, and the industry associations, we work to build programs and support to address their ideas for building for the future. New programs like the On-Farm Technology Program are helping farmers automate and innovate on farms and creating farms of the future. Over the last year, we approved 68 applications and committed more than $1 million to support equipment purchases by farmers and food processors through the value-adding equipment, on-farm technology adoption, and the on-farm automation and innovation programs. With these investments, farms and food processors have been supported with technologies that save them time and money. These technologies include, but are not limited to, a camera-guided herbicide sprayer that will make weed control in carrot fields more efficient, an innovative onion harvester that combines 3 tasks into one, GPS and auto-steer technology to reduce tractor traffic in fields, saves fuel and time, behavioral analysis systems in dairy farms to improve animal welfare, and equipment to expand food processing capacity, such as cider-making equipment, meat slicers, grinders, smokers, and craft beverage bottling and canning lines. We've helped make farms more resilient and better adapted to climate change with an investment of $500,000 in the on-farm water management program. This program helps farms deal with too much rain through the installation of tile drainage and surface ditching, and also with too little rain, support for wells, ponds, and irrigation equipment. Programs like RAUP, the Limestone Transportation Assistance Program, the Advancing Clean Technologies Program, and our On-Farm Technology Program help lower impacts on the environment, and they lower the cost of production. We all know costs have been on the rise. We're feeling it in our everyday lives, and the agricultural sector is no exception, but we are working to help. For example, we offer support programs as well as flexible loan payments through the Farm Loan Board that help to free up cash flow. We're investing more than $400,000 in the provincial limestone trucking program. Actually increased that this year, Mr. Chair. That helps farmers with the costs of hauling their limestone, freeing up their funds for other investments like equipment, as well as reducing their fertilizer usage. Recently, we announced wild blueberry and apple farmers can now apply for funding to buy new equipment for safer and more efficient harvesting. This funding will help farmers harvest their crops in a way that's safer, faster, and can reduce labor costs. Equipment can include things like tree fruit harvest assist platforms and harvest equipment for the blueberry sector that allows them to adapt to our landscape. This equipment increases efficiency. Apple harvest assist platforms, for example, reduce harvest time by about 20% by eliminating the need for ladders. And farmers can apply for as much as $50,000 through this program. Now, to refocus your attention, Mr. Chair, let's talk about wine. Nova Scotia wine has earned numerous local, national, and international awards. We've navigated a few challenges, but working together, the wine industry in Nova Scotia is continuing to grow. Currently, there are 32 licensed farm wineries in Nova Scotia, 22 grape wineries, and 10 non-grape wineries. This year, we're investing $1.65 million to support the grape and wine sectors, with $950,000 for the Nova Scotia Quality Wine Strategy. This includes hiring an export navigator for industry and support to establish a Nova Scotia Wine Authority. The other $700,000 is for the Wine and Grape Development Program. This will help grape growers and farm wineries prepare for climate change and support training and marketing initiatives. This coming spring, we will be consulting on the establishment of the Nova Scotia Wine Authority and the implementation of quality standards. Nothing could be more important than making sure hardworking people come home to their families, Mr. Chair. And I'm proud of the work being done to focus on the health and safety of Nova Scotians working in this industry. We work very closely with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. In fact, I have just recently met with their new council president, Alicia King, another good person from Antigonish County, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking forward to our continued work. We are grateful to the Federation for their support. We work together on several key initiatives, including promoting environmental farm plans, preparing for climate change emergencies, encouraging farm safety, and looking after mental health in our farming communities. I'm especially pleased about the work the Federation is doing to support the mental health of our farmers and their families, and the partnerships we are forming in workforce development. The Federation has also done important work this year in helping farmers prepare and adapt to climate change. And our staff is working alongside them to ensure that farmers have the tools and support they need to be prepared. In fact, next month, March 16th, kicks off Farm Safety Week, and I hope everyone takes the time to learn more about how important good safety practices are within the agricultural sector. I recognize that the health and safety of our farmers is always at the forefront of our minds. I would like to take a moment to remember Bruce Withrow, who tragically passed away in a farming accident last month, January 22nd. Just ask for a brief moment of silence to honor his legacy and the unimaginable loss of his family, friends, and community.
Moment of silence, please. Thank you, members. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, as I'm closing in on the end of my opening remarks, I do want to leave you with some highlights of the commitments our government is making to Nova Scotia farmers and producers. We are committed to supporting one of Nova Scotia's natural resources, agriculture. I spoke earlier of the great work at Perennia. They provide important services for the agriculture, seafood, and food and beverage sectors in our province. They are experts on everything from apiculture to dairy and everything in between. They know how to respond to industry's needs, and more than that, they know how to help industry respond to the demands of the future. We also have the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board that supports the development of sustainable agriculture and agri-rural businesses in Nova Scotia through responsible lending. And this is a team of professionals who understand agriculture and agricultural businesses. The Loan Board is a unique resource for Nova Scotia farmers, helping them to grow, improve, and innovate. The Loan Board has been backing farmers for more than 100 years. Agriculture financing is all that they do. And that single focus gives them an exceptionally deep understanding of our producers' realities. Last year, there were record advances for the board totaling more than $75 million, up 28% from the previous year. For the second consecutive year, there were also record loan approvals totaling more than $60 million. The board is also demonstrating prudent stewardship of provincial funds, with portfolio arrears currently at record lows. When a business works with the Farm Loan Board, their loan repayments go right back into financing other producers within the province's agricultural industry. Mr. Chair, at the beginning of my remarks I referenced the letter from the Premier to Nova Scotians. It's more than a letter, it's a call to action. Our traditional and historical resources are critical to our food supply, job creation, and economic development, particularly in rural Nova Scotia. We are committed to helping the Nova Scotia agriculture industry become more self-reliant. We're investing in programs and services to help automate and modernize operations and processes to reduce costs and increase efficiency. We are doing this in ways that are environmentally friendly and adapt to the impacts of climate change. The threat of tariffs from the U.S. has created an opportunity to remember who we are as Nova Scotians, that we come together in times of adversity, that we work together to support our people and our industries to thrive. Now is our time, a time of opportunity to adapt, change, and recognize the value of Nova Scotia's agricultural industry. A time to recognize that we are stronger together and that we will come out stronger on the other side if we all remain Nova Scotia loyal. And with that, Mr. Chair, I welcome questions from members.
Thank you, Minister. I feel like I took a tour across the province with you. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a turn, the members within a caucus may take turns asking the minister questions on the estimate and the resolution. Only the minister may answer the questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the minister for his remarks and thank the team for all the work that they've done. I can only imagine the amount of work that goes into something like this. This is my first estimates, and just to give you a little bit of background, I grew up in an agricultural background, and I'm very passionate about the agriculture sector, and to be given an opportunity to sit here with and ask questions is quite great. I'm really excited about this. So I'm just going to jump right into it. This morning, the free trade bill was dropped on my desk, and I'm just curious if the agriculture sector chair has been consulted, and if they have, who?
Before I recognize the minister, just to clarify, there will be 17 minutes following the NDP time. I didn't announce that. I want to make sure you guys know. So 17 minutes following yours. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. It's an important question. I talked in my opening about the importance of exports to our industry here in Nova Scotia, and certainly value industry's input into how we move forward. Those conversations are absolutely ongoing. They're being led by Intergovernmental Affairs, of course, the Premier under his leadership. Agriculture certainly has a seat at that table. My staff have been working with IGA staff. I'm in constant communication with the Premier. IGA has spoken with any member of industry who's reached out. I've certainly had those conversations at different events. I mentioned Digital Harvest in the Ministers' Conference last week. Of course, last month that was a topic of conversation for sure. I had an opportunity to meet with some Newfield scholars recently. It's something we talk about. So it's obviously on the mind because we know the importance of our trade partner south of the border to agriculture. I mentioned in my remarks about having the chance to meet with Alicia King, our new president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. And of course, that was a big topic there. So we're consulting with agriculture as we go forward. Of course, the Minister of Finance has put $200 million in contingency in the budget in response to tariffs. So as that plays out, we'll work with industry and develop support that they need to help them move forward. I mentioned another time about recognizing not just the risk but the opportunity that comes with this, and there's lots of opportunity as well to support our industry here at home, and Nova Scotia Loyal being sort of the new mindset that we're seeing among consumers. Opportunity to expand to different export markets so that we're not relying so heavily on the United States. Mentioned in my remarks, I was happy to lead a mission to France and the Netherlands in October. And, we're lining things up in Southeast Asia in the spring to help producers find new markets there. And also knocking down interprovincial trade barriers. That legislation was just introduced today. That's something that, I've been hearing for industry for a long time, that's something we need to do. And, we have the catalyst now that is getting everybody on board, everybody on the same page, and recognizing the need to do that. So a lot of risk with what we're seeing south of the border, but there's opportunity as well. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Bucktoe.
Thank you. There have been calls for industry-led joint task force to develop a strategic action plan that is system-wide and farmer-centric to encourage sustainability. To ensure we, as a province, are competitively placed for our farms and our farms are profitable, do you think we'll see this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned, that work and those discussions are ongoing. I wouldn't necessarily limit it to a task force. Like I said, Intergovernmental Affairs is leading the approach. My staff has been involved with that. There's lots of dialogue with industry, with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. And I also mentioned the contingency fund that's built into our budget for 25-26. We'll definitely lean on industry to help develop support that they need to go forward. But I think just to close it out, that agriculture, their voice is being heard and will continue to be heard.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Bucktoe.
Thank you. As I understand it, chicken farmers, turkey farmers, they rely on federal lab services to test for avian flu and other diseases. I don't think Nova Scotia has a lab service that tests for, so the tests have to go out of province, which can take valuable time when we're fighting against disease that could possibly wipe out an entire flock. And I know farmers are nervous of avian flu. Is the government investing in lab services for protection against diseases such as avian flu to support our farmers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the important question. It is a concern for sure. Concern I, here on farms when I go visit, spoken to people who have been impacted by avian influenza outbreaks on their farms. It's very difficult. And as government, we want to be there to support them in any way we can. But the member did reference that it is through the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, that leads all these outbreaks, leads the response to the outbreaks. They lead the testing. We do have testing capacity at our lab at Harlow Institute in Bible Hill, but it is a provincial lab. I would say that CFIA also does any required testing through laboratories that are within the Canadian Animal Health Surveillance Network. So when CFIA, when I say CFIA is the lead in an outbreak, CFIA would determine where samples are sent rather. So, you know, we don't have that testing capacity right now in Nova Scotia. New Brunswick does. New Brunswick has their own lab. It's right next door. But the fact is that, you know, if, say hypothetically, we did have our own lab here in Nova Scotia, it would be up to CFIA to determine where the test went. So if we were to have an outbreak here and there was a larger outbreak somewhere else, CFIA may send those tests to Nova Scotia, and ours might go elsewhere. Like that's kind of just the reality of the situation. But we do know that New Brunswick has that lab testing capability right now. We're a small Atlantic region. We lean on each other for different services like that. Obviously, we have the Agricultural College here in Nova Scotia that the Atlantic provinces kind of share and take pride in. I mentioned that testing capacity in New Brunswick. You have the Atlantic beef plant in PEI. It's the only federally inspected beef facility in Atlantic region. Like we're not necessarily trying to reinvent the wheel. We're a small region, so if we have these services in one province, we kind of lean on each other. That's what we do. And so I'd also mention that we did, through our staff and CFIA and work with industry, conducted an analysis of laboratory capacity to test for highly pathogenic avian influenza with our industry partners in 2024, and it showed that testing needs can be met in most circumstances through that New Brunswick lab. And also the Atlantic Veterinary College Diagnostic Lab in PEI is undergoing renovations to allow foreign animal disease testing in the near future. So we'll continue to seek opportunities to support animal disease testing, specifically with our friends and partners in New Brunswick and PEI. We'll always look at opportunities here in Nova Scotia for sure. But I guess the only other thing I'd say is that we'll be conducting an animal health lab services needs assessment in the coming months. And we'll ask for other departments' input and sector feedback. So I appreciate the question.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Wonderful. I thank the minister for that answer. Thank you very much. The Natural Products Council, I understand that there's some vacancies on that council, and I'm just curious when we think that those spots will be filled.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. This natural products has been a tricky one. I believe when I came on, the council didn't even have enough members for quorum. So that's just disheartening. And there's lots of challenges in getting volunteer members to our many boards, but we're also trying to recruit people. So I'd have to go back and check. We definitely have quorum, and I believe if we're not full, we're very close to full, and we do have some applications that we're reviewing. It's a process. It goes through different stages. It goes to executive council, and but we are waiting on a couple more names, and I would I'd always hope to have them sooner rather than later, but I think I can fairly confidently say stay tuned.
I recognize the member for Halifax Trabucto.
Okay, thank you very much to the minister for answering that the best they can. Farmers are our greatest assets that our province has. They're experts in their field, and their knowledge should be respected and treasured. Out of respect for our farmers, could the minister tell me if we are any closer to having income guarantee?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could just ask the member to clarify if they're referring to like a business risk management program or something along those lines.
Member for Halifax Trabucto.
Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question and the clarification. I'll just speak a little bit about business risk management programming in general and the review that's underway to better understand producers' concerns and to identify opportunities and challenges for each of the programs and to start to make changes in areas that are within control of the province and to determine areas to advocate for change in the next federal provincial territorial agreement, because as much as we'd like to go in and wave a wand and fix up all these programs, a lot of that work requires help from our provincial partners, our territorial partners, and of course the federal government, and it's negotiated within the scope of those 5-year agreements. So we are a couple of years out from that, but I can assure you, Mr. Chair, that I've been beating that drum at the table, the FPT table, quite loudly. The last conference we had in July, we're going back next July to come back with some ideas that can improve these programs for producers here in Nova Scotia and right across the province. In the meantime, we're looking at what we can do provincially as well. But we know we've seen it through weather events, through price drops in commodities that agriculture can be unpredictable. Pest, disease, disasters, all these things can have devastating effects on farmers in the province. That's why Nova Scotia farmers need business risk management programs that work for them and their unique situations and that they can rely on in a time of need. There are 4 programs currently. They're all federal partnerships designed to try and meet the needs of all 13 provinces and territories, and we know what works in a bigger province in terms of agriculture like Saskatchewan or Alberta might not work in Nova Scotia, right? So those are things we're looking at. They can be complicated. They don't always suit the needs of our farmers. And as I mentioned, that's why we're talking to our counterparts at those levels to find ways to make them more timely and effective. So agri-insurance, agri-invest, agri-stability, agri-recovery is there. We've had some challenges with that, of course. It can be available after disaster. But in terms of, I guess, income guarantee, we'll look at anything that helps industry in this province for sure. When I look at the pilot that I talked about in my opening about around the maritime livestock price insurance pilot program. That's kind of getting there for the beef industry. So how do we open that up and make it make that available to more producers? That's something we'll look at. But I know the member talked about valuing the the knowledge of farmers, and I rely on that very heavily, Mr. Chair. I love my conversations with them. I love learning from them. They've been incredible mentors in helping me learn a sector that I probably didn't know a whole lot about when I got into this role. So they've been great partners, and I will always lean on industry to help me learn and help guide me as we develop new programs, and business risk management is no different. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you very much. So the province's public engagement period for the development of a food and beverage strategy finished towards the end of 2022. Will we see a food and beverage strategy this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's been a lot of work done on the development of a potential food and beverage strategy for Nova Scotia. It's really all a government approach. 14 departments were involved at various stages, and others were consulted. The working group did review a review of existing food-related initiatives in government. More than 90 were identified. They talked to key partners about what should be included, and then did a public consultation on potential focus area. We worked through an amazing number of public responses, more than 1,900 responses, Mr. Chair, and put together a What We Heard report that was released publicly, as a member referenced, in 2023. All that work was reviewed to see how it aligns with existing priorities and initiatives such as Nova Scotia Loyal and the school lunch program. And the various departments are working together on projects to enhance awareness, increase production, and improve access to healthy local food. So, for example, it's leading a program that promotes local foods here and abroad, as well as agricultural awareness through Agriculture in the Classroom that I talked about in my opening. Encourage technology and crop varieties to help extend growing seasons to increase production, support value added in both large and small scale processing, and facilitate institutional procurement in a variety of public institutions to encourage use of food products grown here in Nova Scotia. So, there's been a lot of work done, and I would say that the work shouldn't wait for the release of a full strategy. So I gave a few examples there. Institutional procurement is a huge part of the strategy. And we've done a number of pilots, taken some big steps in putting more local food in our institutions. We did pilot projects at the IWK. It's the largest children's hospital in the region. Northwood Long-Term Care Facility, the largest long-term care facility in the Atlantic region. And just an anecdote from the Northwood pilot, Mr. Chair. In the 3-month pilot, they saw their local food consumption go from 18 to 21%. Now, 3% might not sound like a big jump, but when you're talking about the largest long-term care facility in the Atlantic region, that's not insignificant, and it is part of a pilot. So we know we can do more. We want to do more. We want to see more Nova Scotians in our facilities eating Nova Scotia food because we know it's healthy and it's supporting our producers. We did our fresh food cart pilots at various regional centres for education across the province, including my own at the Strait Regional Centre for Education. Kids were so excited to see that food cart come out on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and as part of the school lunch program, it remains in place. So that's a tangible result of something that came from one of these pilots. And I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't just talk a little bit about the impact the school lunch program has had across the province, and that's that was a key part of a food and beverage strategy, and that's something that we implemented passed in our budget last year, and we'll look to increase support for this year as well in this year's budget. So all important work that's being done. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Chubbucto.
Thank you. 1,900 responses is quite impressive, and I congratulate the minister on that. That's great. But it was in 2022, so that was quite a while ago, and lots of things have changed. The minister brought up food lunch, the school lunch program, and I know that there's been some movement towards local procurement in the food lunch program. I'd like to know how much locally grown food is included in our school lunch program, and if there's work happening for there to be more.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I don't have the figure that they're looking for right at the tip of my fingers, but very interested in that. I can answer the second part of the question quite clearly. Yes, we want to increase local food consumption in our institutions. So one step that we're taking is we've seconded a department employee over to Education Early Childhood Development to work directly with that department and on the school lunch program. So to find ways to get more local food into our schools. There are some barriers with food service providers and that sort of thing that they face, and that's part of the reason that we ran pilots, is to identify some of those barriers and find out how we can take them down, and we'll continue to work on that. But yes, we have a staff member in the department whose sole focus is institutional procurement, and school lunch is a big part of that, and we can track down the number for the member at some point, but yes, for sure, we want to increase whatever that number is.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Chubbucto.
Wonderful. I thank the minister. I would love to see that number when possible, please. And that takes me to my next question. Farmers associations would love to see an investment in supply chain infrastructure in order to keep more food that is grown in the province. Will there be significant investments in supply chain infrastructure? The minister mentioned the food hubs. Curious if they will be invested in this year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Yes, we're here to support the supply chain. That work goes beyond any one program or any one section of the department. I talked about the Farm Loan Board, talked about Perennia. There's different ways that we can help. Institutional procurement. We've talked a lot about about raising awareness about Nova Scotia Loyal, about helping companies with marketing, developing labels that they need for food safety to get on store shelves. Those are all things that we can do as a department to help the supply chain, to help Nova Scotia producers. I could run through a couple initiatives that are in the budget, the Field to Forks campaign, the Rural Community Events Initiative, the Nova Scotia Stampede Beef Promotion that I talked about in the opening. Saltscapes is a great marketing opportunity for our producers, signature events with industry and associations, buy local measurement analysis, marketing education event, Digital Harvest that I referred to, the institutional supplier investment pilot, Nova Scotia Partner Guide for Institutions. And look, Mr. Chair, just over the last 12 months, a number of programs that we've been able to put out through the department. I talked about price protection insurance to support beef producers. Beef abattoir and processing assistance program. More support for wild blueberry and apple farmers with efficiency and safety. Additional support for the wine industry. More seats at the Atlantic Veterinary College that myself and the former Minister of Advanced Education worked very hard, and we're very proud to announce in the summer. Something that industry asked for is more large animal vets, so we moved to do that. More support for beekeepers in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia Loyal vouchers for students that they were able to use at farm markets. Support for innovative local food production. More support for fruit growers affected by the extreme cold, our next rollout of the polar vortex funding. Support for extreme weather and wildfires in 2023. The list goes on and on, Mr. Chair. So we'll, we're always looking at ways we can help industry, help the supply chain, grow more food here, keep more food here, but also export it because we have opportunities there as well. So, like I say, it's multifaceted. Lots of levers we can pull, and we're pulling them.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you very much. I want to chat about abattoirs a little bit. In my research and chatting with farmers, they are really worried about the lack of abattoirs in the province. And the minister did mention that there was funding given to fund some abattoirs, but it doesn't seem like there's enough. And it's bringing a lot of distress to our farmers. Just birds, for example, if the birds become too big, then they can't go to certain abattoirs, and then what does the farmer do with them? It doesn't seem like the money that has been allocated is enough. Can the farmers count on more? I guess.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Department of Agriculture licenses 20 meat plants or abattoirs and 26 meat processing plants under Nova Scotia's Meat Inspection Act and regulations. Of those 20, 11 are red meat and 9 are poultry. There are 5 new abattoirs in various stages of consultation and construction for future licensing. The department has the Agriculture Inspection Services Division work with these processors and carry out the inspections. There are 17 inspectors, 15 full-time, 1 seasonal, and 1 casual. These inspectors support meat inspection and farm animal welfare for the department. To the member's question, can industry count on more? Industry can count on a minister and a government that's here to work with them, that's here to listen. One thing that I have heard from the beef industry is, we have to walk before we can run. We have to build up the industry sustainably. We can't go too fast right off the hop. So I did establish the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative, which is sector-specific funding for the beef sector. I referenced the Beef Abattoir and Processing Assistance Program. Is it enough? It's what we have right now, and I'm always willing to go to bat for more. I don't think anytime I've asked for funding to help industry, it's been turned down. So we'll continue to work with members of our beef steering committee. Again, I'm not here to tell the beef industry how they need to grow. I'll lean on their expertise, and we'll keep working with them and the Nova Scotia cattle producers. They've been great partners. And if it's not, if it's something other than a beef abattoir program, it could be support through Perennia. It could be the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board. Like, again, there's lots of avenues we can go to help, and we will. Just to sum up, I really do believe there's a big future in the beef industry here in this province, and we'll be there to support the sector every step of the way.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up question on that, because I'm a bit confused about it. I understand that sometimes chicken farmers need to send their chickens to New Brunswick, to their abattoir, so that means they're crossing the border, and then they come back after they've been processed. When they cross into another province and come back, do those products now qualify for the Nova Scotia Loyal Program, or have, now that they've left? And I'm happy to direct that question to the minister responsible for Nova Scotia Loyal.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. I don't necessarily know the answer to that, and it might be better directed to the Minister of Growth and Development, or responsible for Nova Scotia Loyal. It only makes sense that if it's a chicken from Nova Scotia and it has to go to another province, that when it comes back, it's still a Nova Scotia product to me. And there could be issues around federal inspection and that sort of thing. Like we send, a lot of our producers send our beef to PEI, to the federal plant there. So just because we don't have that capacity here in Nova Scotia. So we can have that conversation, but we were sort of rely on businesses to guide us in terms of what they need, in terms of labeling and what that sort of thing. So, yes, it does make sense to me that it should be, but we'll have to confirm that. And there's different things that can happen, like if a major retailer has a distribution center in Moncton, say, and it goes to Moncton and then comes back, is it Nova Scotia? So we can find that answer, or they can direct it to the Minister of Growth and Development.
I recognize the member for Halifax Shabukdo.
Yes, I thank the minister for that. Thank you very much. I've been speaking with the Farmers Union of Nova Scotia, and they're calling for land protection of agricultural land. Mining in our province and growing food cannot be done at the same time in the same place. Is there a specific plan to protect agricultural land for future generations?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. It's incredibly important. We're not looking at taking agricultural land out of production for any reason. We can do both at the same time. And the Premier's made it very clear. We heard it in the throne speech, in the budget address, many different times in the last number of months, that agriculture is a top priority for this government. We want to do it sustainably. We want to do it for future generations. So we do see opportunity in other areas, but there are also legislated regulations in place that will protect our agricultural land. We know once it's gone, it never comes back. We don't want to jeopardize that. We're not looking at taking it away. We'd like to add more. We can't really add more land, but we can protect what's there and maybe return some to production. So I know that with our recent meeting with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, they were very encouraged by the direction of the government in terms of promoting our natural resources and agriculture being a key component in that. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Shabukdo.
Thank you, Chair. A recent Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives report on the seasonal agriculture worker program in our province raised several concerns. One of the biggest concerns expressed by the migrant agriculture workers was poor wages. Nova Scotia's Labour Code allows employers of agricultural workers to pay piece rates amounts that are set lower than the province's minimum wage. This directly contradicts federal guidelines that prohibit this practice. Is the department working to rectify this?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Farms and farmers have to follow the federal rules for the temporary foreign worker program, including pay and housing requirements. Certainly, many of the farmers see these workers as family. They come back year after year. They build new housing for them, state of the art. They'll take them into town at the end of the work week and buy their grocery. So they can buy their groceries. So they're most times treated very well. But in terms of that specific question, again, I guess I would refer to the federal rules, but something we can definitely talk to our colleagues at Labour Skills and Immigration about.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one last question before I share my time with my colleague here. There have been announcements made by the department in the last fiscal year, like more support for the beef industry and more support for apple farmers and more support for beekeepers and so on. Is this a part of a more cohesive plan that the government has, or are the decisions being made on an ad hoc basis?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I wouldn't classify our programs or our work as ad hoc by any means. Some of these are strategic investments. Some are responsive to industry needs. We have to be able to adapt and move on the fly. Things change in this industry, and we need to be responsive to our farmers across the province. I talked about the different program, I guess, buckets that programs have to fall into. So in that sense, a lot of planning goes into it, because you can't just throw together a program through the federal provincial agreement and without it falling into one of these buckets. So that's part of the strategic planning. So I talked about building sector capacity, growth and competitiveness, climate change and environment, market development and trade, science, research and innovation, and resiliency and public trust. And I've said it a few times already, these programs are developed in consultation with industry. We're always listening to industry's needs. What we can do, to an earlier question, yeah, we can always do more, but we do what we can. But we myself and then department staff meet with commodity groups on a regular basis, and they lay out where they see things going for them strategically, and we try to get ahead and see how we can help in the future. And the blueberry and apple harvesting program I mentioned is a good example of that. That was a long time in the making. and proud to get that out to help support our industries. So, yeah, we'll continue to plan strategically, but we'll be able to be nimble when we need to be. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions with our remaining time. I'm pleased to hear the commitment to reviewing the business risk management models that are available in Nova Scotia and to reviewing those with partners. In Quebec and Ontario, the provincial governments also top up what's available from the federal programs, and is that something that the minister is considering?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say that in a wide review of our business risk management programs, nothing is off the table. We'll look at anything we can do to help the sector. This has been an incredibly profound impact on me. When I first started, I'd go to farms and I'd listen to challenges that they face, and one of them was business risk management. And then all of a sudden we had some major climate disasters. We had Hurricane Fiona, we had a polar vortex, we had floods, we had wildfires, we had rainy seasons, all these things. And the thing that really drove home to me is that farmers didn't feel like they had the not just the security, but the peace of mind they needed when these disasters hit. It's one thing for government to come out and support industry with $19 million after Fiona, $15 million, after the polar vortex, those sorts of things. Those certainly help industry, and they were asked for. But what industry really would like is to know that they have insurance programs that have their back, so that they have that peace of mind, so that they can break this vicious cycle of a disaster hits. Well, we got to go to government, and government has to find the money and then come back and develop a program, those sorts of things. So, all our BRM programs right now are federally and provincially co-funded, and I did use a couple examples there of how the province will step up when we need to make farmers whole. But I guess just back to the original question, we will. That's part of the wide review of BRM that's going on right now in consultation with the Federation of Agriculture, with industry, with our provincial and territorial counterparts. Is how can we improve these programs to make them work better for Nova Scotia farmers, and we'll look at every option.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. The bill on interprovincial trade that was tabled today, talks a lot about, essentially removing barriers to interprovincial trade. And I'm wondering how that's going to affect, commitment to local procurement, for instance, in government institutions. Do you have a legal opinion on that yet, about how that's going to affect the ability to prioritize local foods in institutions?
With 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the member mentioned we do have a policy in Nova Scotia for advancing local procurement. Of course, IGA is the lead in that legislation that was tabled today on tariffs and interprovincial trade work. I'm sure those things will be considered as other provinces commit to similar legislation. What I'd say in general is from our perspective in getting more local food in our institutions is we want to do both. We want to we want to open up those trade barriers, but we also want to support our local producers here in the province. So, as other provinces come on and commit to mirror legislation, we'll work through all that. But my focus as the Minister of Agriculture in Nova Scotia is helping our local producers, whether it's here or at home, in other provinces or in other export markets. And again, IGA would be the lead on the legislation table today.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, I'm going to ask perhaps a relatively quick question, but actually jumping to Perennia, I was wondering if the minister can confirm if the number of engagements or the number of inquiries responded to, or however you describe sort of working with a farmer who comes forward, whether they increased or decreased in the past fiscal year. And then the second part of my question is, I've been approached by some farmers who feel like the usage of Perennia has decreased and that people are finding it inaccessible due to the cost. So I'm wondering, what should we tell farmers who come to us with those types of questions? How can they still access Perennia services?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Perennia does incredibly valuable work for industry in this province. I often tell the story of after Hurricane Fiona, and I was out at a maple farm in Pictou County, and just widespread devastation. Farmer had lost pretty much his entire operation. He, tears in his eyes. He didn't really know what to do next, where to go, or who, or anything. And I said, "What can I do, or what can the department do to help?" And he said, "Can you send Perennia?" And that to me spoke volumes about the work that Perennia does for industry in this province. In that moment of emptiness and devastation, that all this one farmer could think of was just send Perennia to help. So if there are concerns with Perennia or usage, I don't have those numbers on me right now. We don't have them, but if any member has any concerns, they can direct them to me or the department. Thank you.
It is now time for the Liberals. The Liberals will have 17 minutes. I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to concede my time to the member from Cumberland North.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the member, my colleague here in the Liberal Party. I just came from a St. Mary's event talking to students and talked to them about farming and facing the bulls. So agriculture is on the mind. Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the minister, first of all, I do want to mention that I was really happy to see the insurance program that was just announced. It was good news for the beef industry. Really pleased to see that. One question I had, and I apologize if this information's already been given, I wasn't here. Can the minister speak to any work that's being done in the department where capital money could be available for farmers, for infrastructure, particularly for barns, and in relation to that, also looking at the need to deal with the problem of barns that have the infrastructure is falling down. We have, unfortunately, a lot of that throughout Cumberland County, and a lot of the farms, people can't afford to deal with the demolition costs. And I'm wondering if there's been any discussion about that in the department.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. We, as the member I'm sure knows, we don't currently have any capital programs for projects. It's just not something that we've necessarily done, but that doesn't mean we can't help. So I guess if the member has farmers, producers that would like to help, they can always reach out to their local ag rep. I know that the folks in Cumberland County are happy with the representation they have there now. They've asked me to keep her in place, but that would be their first point of contact for sure. And again, just because we don't have a program specific to capital projects, there's a farm loan board that can help. They offer flexible terms. Maybe there's something around energy efficiency that Efficiency One could help with. There's different levers we could pull, and we're always willing to listen. Again, the member knows about the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative and the Nova Scotia Beef Steering Committee. If that's something we can discuss through those groups as well, but we're always happy to have a conversation about how we can grow any industry in this province, including beef.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And some of the properties, I will just add, aren't always owned now by farmers. And of course, I want to see that we do everything we can to help farmers be successful and grow our local food production in Nova Scotia. But just, I wanted to bring that up because I do see it's probably not just in Cumberland County, but there's definitely aging infrastructure and falling down in some properties. And I think there's an opportunity there for sure. My question in relation to this is the provincial barns that are actually in Napan. And I realize that's actually just across the border in my colleague's area, Cumberland South. But a lot of my own constituents do work there, and that has come up, wondering if the province is looking, if there's any plans to replace the infrastructure for the barns there adjacent to the Napan Experimental Farm.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could just ask the member to clarify if they're referring to the federal, like the research space, it's federal, or the community pasture in the area.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my understanding, Minister, is that some of the barns, some of the infrastructure there is owned by the federal government, but there's, I believe it's the Maritime Beef Testing Station, maybe, is provincially owned, possibly. I was told that there's some infrastructure there that's aging that needs some work, and it was provincially owned infrastructure.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're not quite sure of what's federally owned and what's provincially owned, so we're happy to take that away. And as I've said all along, if there's something we can do provincially to help any sector, including the beef industry, we'll look at what we can do.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to help out the minister, I will get clarification on exactly which building it is, but it was my understanding that one of the barns there is falling in disrepair and it is provincial. So, and on that note, we'll have to make sure the minister gets invited to the upcoming beef sale, because they all start right there. My next question is regarding a recent announcement of funding for the apple and blueberry, that program. And I wanted to let the minister know that I did receive some feedback from some small farming operations that felt the threshold was too high. And I believe it was 30,000, which doesn't sound like a lot of money, but for some smaller farms, it was too high and they weren't eligible. And they felt that the government is only interested in helping large farming operations and, sort of the wealthier farmer, which they did want me to pass that on. And I'm wondering if the department has any plans to offer maybe a similar program that would be eligible for some of our smaller farming operations.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So that program was designed in consultation with industry, with the various associations. That being said, very sympathetic. We don't want anyone to feel like they're left behind. Every farm is important. We don't, employ 11,000 people in this province, or have farm cash receipts of almost $750 million without without small, medium, and large farms. So very sympathetic if someone feels that way, and we want to be there to help every farm. We do have a program specific to farms that are under 30K in revenue, the Get Growing program that came in my first term that I'm very proud of. But in terms of what we can do, yeah, we'll always do what we can for industry. We'll do our best not to leave anybody behind. Unfortunately, sometimes every program has to have requirements and thresholds, and someone's always on the other end of it. But we'll do what we can to make sure every farm feels supported.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. And I will make sure that the farmers that reach out to me do know about that program. So thank you very much. You know, one of my passions is local food production. And I remember my maiden speech back in 2017. I gave all this data around how much our Nova Scotia economy could grow if we grew our local food production. And I wish I had those numbers with me today, considering the threat of the Trump tariffs and us looking at trying to be more self-sustainable. And I'm wondering if the Minister could remind us here today what are the current goals for the government for local food production, by what date. I believe those were part of the Department of Environment's goals. But I'm wondering what the goal is and for what date, and where are we at in relation to that goal.
There are about 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. I'd invite the Minister to answer the question and then perhaps some closing remarks. I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I'm fortunate to have a Deputy Minister who was in the Department of Environment and Climate Change when we developed that legislation. And I can't remember the exact acronym because everything in government has an acronym, but I believe it's shortened to ECRA. And that goal was to have 20% of all food consumed in the province be local food by the year 2030. We've done a number of surveys, and that's told us that our local food consumption is somewhere between 27 and 34%. That would vary based on seasonality, availability of products at a certain time of year, but we feel we are somewhere in that range. So we believe we've accomplished that target. That was also an item in my first mandate letter as well. So pleased to see those results come back. Now we'll measure that metric through Nova Scotia Loyal, but we also have the option of running the survey at any point, and I believe we've committed to doing it a couple times a year. We did it through an outside agency, and now our department staff have the knowledge to run that program and interpret the results. So that's where we are with that. And I've always said, whatever the number is, it's a floor, not a ceiling. We can always go higher, and we always want to get that local food consumption number up.
Thank you, Minister. I'd ask, would the member like to pose one more question, or should we defer to closing remarks? I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess I'll leave that up to the Minister. I will maybe pose one question. If he has time to answer it, he can choose to do so or not. I'm wondering if the department is giving any consideration to investing in more commercial greenhouses here in the province of Nova Scotia. And I believe, given our climate and given the need for more local food production, that is one of the pathways. Also around residential greenhouses. I do believe there is an appetite in this province for more residential greenhouses, but a lot of people need help getting access to them, or potentially the government could provide grants for them. So I'll leave that with the minister.
With 1:40 remaining, I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we would look at any ways that we can to support greenhouses. If we want to increase local food consumption, we have to think outside the box, and we have to deal with the realities that we face here in Nova Scotia with our climate. And it's not just our harsh winters. We've seen a number of life-altering storms in the last number of years. So greenhouses are a big part in extending growing seasons in Nova Scotia. So that's something we'll certainly look at. If it pleases the chair, I will read my resolution, and I'd like to thank the chair for his stewardship and his dulcet tones. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $47,946,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate.
Very good. Shall the resolution stand? Those in favor? Those against? All right, the resolution is stood. It is now 8 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 8 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. Adjourned. Good evening.